Hey, Sam,
Yes.
the judge will be out in about 8:15.
All right. I'll go back to the breakout room and try to deal with whoever's here.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Martinez, just you can put yourself on mute and just wait for the judge to come out.
Okay.
There's no camera there.
Mr. Martinez, the prosecutor is running late. I'm here. As soon as he gets here, we'll be getting ready to go.
Okay.
Mr. Jadala, Mr. Greco led us to believe he would be ready at 8:10-ish. I haven't seen him log on. I'm gonna meander out in this front hallway and see if he's here yet.
Absolutely, Judge.
Thanks.
Looks like she did now because now she's not here. Why do I not see her in here? She's here. Miss Bruckner? There's a little thing here, oh, but it's not. Maybe it gives them a message. Also text them. Since he can't hear me, but I should probably- For Bruckner, you should see a little box that you need to join the breakout room.
You talking to me, man?
Mr. Jadala, I went to find Greco and then I got stopped by the court administrator. But we're here. Today is Thursday, July the 6th, 2023. This is courtroom number 1. I am Judge Martin. The docket today is exclusively, I hope, not airport, Romulus. If your case is not a criminal case, civil infraction arising in Romulus, you are likely in the wrong place. If you're not sure where you're supposed to be, you will get a chat from staff, or you can send a chat to staff and ask them to help you get where you need to be. If you see an invitation to go into a breakout room to either meet with the prosecutor or the court-appointed attorney, please go there and meet with that person. This is 2302940D. This is City of Romulus versus John Martinez. May I have your appearances, please?
Respectfully, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. John Martinez. Mr. Martinez, unmute yourself and say your name, please.
John Martinez.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the show cause, arraignment, and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, after discussing it with Mr. Martinez's options, he wishes to avail himself to the plea whereby he'll be pleading to 1 count of impaired driving, and the driving without the endorsement is being dismissed, Your Honor. He understands the rights that he's waiving by doing so today.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. You may put your hand down, sir. You've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your desire to plead guilty to operating while impaired.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am. No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martinez, is it true that on February 13, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jadal, would you like to inquire any further of your client?
No, Judge.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired and will dismiss the operating without cycle endorsement as previously indicated by Mr. Jadala. As this is your first court appearance, sir, you had not previously had bond entered. Your bond is set at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but it's more of a procedural issue with the arraignment. Because this is a drinking and driving offense, sir, the matter will be referred to the probation department for a sentence recommendation. They will be calling you and sending an email to you. After talking to you, they'll develop, again, the recommendation for the court, and then they'll get you scheduled to come back here for sentencing. In the meantime, anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, you're free to go, but sir, when you receive a phone call and or email from the probation department, please get back to them as quickly as possible, okay?
Will do.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Thank you. This is 23RP021420M. This is City of Romulus versus Randall Royster. Mr. Royster, please state your name for me.
Randall Royster.
Thank you. I note the appearance of the attorneys. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, good morning. For purposes of arraignment, we waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Mr. Royster would respectfully request this matter be set for pretrial, and we're also going to request the prosecution provide discovery, Your Honor, between now and the next court date.
Thank you. Mr. Royster, as this is your first appearance, there had not previously been bond set in this matter. Court will set your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until such time as this matter is resolved in its entirety. The notation in the file that discovery has been requested. The matter will be adjourned for pretrial. Your return date will be
July 20th at 9:20.
July 20th at 9:20 a.m. That's back here on Zoom with me in courtroom number 1, same Zoom that you used this morning, Mr. Royster. There is another matter, Mr. Royster, that you have outstanding with the court where you owe $450. If you have not already reset or set a payment plan in that matter, you can go to the court's website. There's a contact us button that you can drop down and submit a request for payment plan. You can call the court's collection department and speak to them, or you can come here in person and set a payment plan. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
I've already took care of the payment plan, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Royster. When they printed these out, I just read what they attached to the front of the file, but if you're already on top of it, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royster. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Royster actually lives 4 or 5 houses down from the house I grew up in. That kind of startled me. This is 20RP035920M. This is City of Romulus versus, is it Arquise Alexander?
Mr. Alexander, unmute yourself and please say your name.
So yes, you said it right. So Arquise
I need you
Alexander.
to say, thank you, Mr. Alexander. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how we proceed? Oh, it says show cause arraignment and pretrial, but you were arraigned back in 21. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we'd waive formal reading, stand mute, respectfully request that this matter be set for pretrial and also request discovery from the prosecution at this time.
As for the issue of bond in this matter, Mr. Alexander has a history of failures to appear and warrants in this matter. Mr. Jadala, any comment as to bond?
Your Honor, I have talked to Mr. Alexander, I've explained to him that this matter is nearly 3 years old. He understands, he's very desirous, Your Honor, of taking care of this matter. He's letting me know that he's going to comply with all orders to return. And he understands that he has a opportunity to do this via Zoom. And he understands, and he's going to continue to abide and comply with all orders of the court and come as he's ordered and directed.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, stapled to the front of your file is your bond receipt for $150 that you posted to lift the warrant in this matter. The court will adopt a bond that mirrors that, which would be $1,500, 10%. Mr. Jadala has requested that the pretrial be adjourned. That adjourned date will be
July 20th at 10:20.
July 20th at 10:20 a.m. That's back here with me, Judge Martin, courtroom number 1, back on Zoom. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, you're free to go. You have a good day, sir.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Batar.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Dan.
Morning, Dan.
This is 23RP028080M, City of Romulus versus Derek Ely. Sir, would you unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please? Eli, thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadalo appearing on behalf of Mr. Eli. We're going to waive formal reading and stand mute. And once again, Your Honor, we're going to respectfully request pretrial and discovery from the prosecution.
In addition, Your Honor, if I may, we'll provide the discovery, but why don't we set this for a final pretrial so we put the victim on notice?
No objections.
That final pretrial date will be
July 20th at 10:20.
July 20th at 10:20 a.m. That's back here in courtroom number 1, back on Zoom. Notation in the file that discovery requested. Complainant to appear. Sir, your bond will be set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved. Understood?
Yes, ma'am. So you said July
Thank you.
20th you said July 20th at 10:15?
I said at 10:20, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go. You have a good day. Good luck to you. Did you need to speak to Mr. Greco, Mr. Batar? Are you ready on Mr. Reed?
I'm ready on Mr. Reed, Your Honor.
This is 230070OD. This is City of Romulus versus Gregory Reed. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed, state your name for me, please, sir.
Gregory Reed.
Thank you. Today is the date and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Reed is going to take the offer and plead to impaired. I would just also let you know that we've been in contact with the sobriety court at the Redford District Court. And Mr. Reed is a candidate to be enrolled in that program. I think they told me all that needs to be done is your court would need to sign off on it. So we're asking the court for permission to do so as the case proceeds.
Absolutely. So they wanted us to take the plea this morning and then have the matter referred to them, or is there paperwork they're sending to our probation department?
From what I gather from them, Judge, we would take the plea here and then the case would proceed to Redford District Court for everything else.
Okay. Mr. Reed, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batar. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, after having that conversation, it is your desire to plead guilty to operating while impaired.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Reed, is it true that on January 22nd, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, ma'am.
The police report shows your blood alcohol content at that time was 0.14. Do you dispute that, sir?
Yes.
Yes, you dispute it?
Oh, no, I don't dispute. I thought you said, was that true? I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're good. Mr. Batar, anything, do you wish to inquire further of your client, sir?
No, Your Honor, I'm satisfied.
Mr. Greco, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Reed, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired. As a procedural matter, it does not appear that bond had been previously set in this matter. I don't know how that happens. Mr. Reed, your bond is set at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to participate in the proceedings until this matter is resolved in its entirety. A condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until there's a further order of the court. As indicated by Mr. Bitar, the next step in these proceedings is that your file will be sent to Redford for adoption into that court, sobriety court. If for some reason that does not happen, the matter will return to this court. You will meet with our probation department and the matter will be rescheduled for sentencing. But my hope is that you are accepted into the 17th District Court program and you're able to be enrolled there and successful there. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bitar?
Judge, if I could just give you contact information to put in the file from the Redford District Court.
Thank you.
Probation agent's name is Janet Lynch. And her email is jlynch@redfordtwp.com. I will follow up with her, Judge, but also if maybe whoever's going to look at the file after today, one of the probation agents can reach out to them to just try and facilitate him getting into that program, it would be great.
Okay. I will do that. We received a message. Mr. Reed, I think you need to go into a breakout room with Carol to update your information.
Okay.
Other than that, sir, good luck to you in Redford, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
You're
Judge.
welcome.
Everyone have a good day.
You too, sir. Thank you. This is, okay, so I don't know who wants to kind of look at it to follow up. Okay, thanks. All that rush for nothing, Mr. Greco.
That's right. I was just checking all the breakout rooms, see if am I supposed to be somewhere. So I was just going to let you know I'm gonna step away just for a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I am doing great. How are you?
I am super. Thanks for asking.
I actually have another officer. I don't think I am here today. I'm logging in another officer.
on the same type of screen, just click on my picture and it'll be.
You are here.
I am. Who with who?
Robert Hannah at 9:10.
Yeah, but he's first. Rach is first.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Greco's here. He stepped away from his office, but he's physically here in the courthouse.
Okay, cool. Yeah, then I have Rach, me both at Hannah at 9:10.
Okay.
So Chapakawala we're doing right now. This one's at 9:10.
He must be the ordinance officer because I don't know, I didn't recognize the name and then.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
Fantastic.
Is your client
She's signing on
clearly
right
not
now.
with you in the car?
Right, she's signing on right now.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could have a breakout room with the city attorney before we start.
Absolutely. Mr. Greco will take you into his breakout room.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Nunley.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm super. How are you?
Good, good.
Did you need to speak to Mr. Greco?
Not yet. I'm sure I will at some point.
Sir, your client is in having her information verified with court staff. Once they're done with her, I'll get your case called, okay?
Understood. Thank you very much.
Morning, Mr. Kaplan.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaplan, what are you here for?
I'm just here on Dylan McCullough.
Did you need to speak to Mr. Greco?
I'm just gonna ask for an adjournment on this, and get discovery.
Are you expecting your client this morning?
I'm expecting him, but I wouldn't mind just doing it real quick, and I will let him know not to log on.
Any objection, Mr. Greco? Well, Mr. Kaplan, my only concern, well, not my only concern, but a concern of mine is that this is a 2020 case where your client had a failure to appear, was in warrant status for quite some time.
The only thing I can say to that, Your Honor, is that we just took care of one of his cases. So he did appear. So he is trying to clean this all up. I have been in communication with him about all this.
Mr. Greco, I asked, did you have any objection to Mr. McCallum's presence being waived this morning?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 2101680D. This is City of Romulus versus Dylan McAuliffe. Your appearances, please.
Joshua Kaplan on behalf of Mr. McCullough.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Defendant's appearance having been waived. Mr. Kaplan, your request for the record again, sir.
We were just requesting an adjournment on this, and I will email Mr. Greco just for discovery on this.
That adjourned date will be
July 20th at 10:30.
July 20th at 10:30, back on Zoom, back with me in courtroom number 1. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Kaplan?
No, Your Honor, what time was it scheduled for on the 20th? I apologize.
10:30.
10:30, okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
This is 2303080D. This is City of Romulus versus Latanya Lindsay. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, 6186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Lindsay, Your Honor.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Latanya Lindsay.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor. At this time, Ms. Lindsay would like to avail herself to the plea, whereby she'll be pleading to one count of operating while impaired. The open intoxicants in the vehicle are being dismissed, Your Honor. She understands the right she's waiving by doing so.
Thank you. Ms. Lindsay, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Jadala this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, is your agreement and understanding you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to operating while impaired, and that the open intoxicants in vehicles will be dismissed?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 3rd, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, do you dispute at all that your blood alcohol content at the time you're operating that vehicle was 0.13?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Jadala, would you like to inquire any further of your client?
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'm satisfied with the factual basis.
Mr. Greco?
I'm satisfied as well, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired. Count 2, open intoxicants in vehicle will be dismissed. This is your first appearance as a technical matter. Your bond in this case is $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to participate in these proceedings until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Because this offense is a drinking and driving offense, the court's policy is to refer the matter to the probation department. They are the ones that will interview you, develop a sentence recommendation in this matter, and get you scheduled to return to this courtroom for sentencing. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lindsay, the court's
Yes, ma'am.
probation department will be calling you and emailing you. Please respond to them so they can get your interview scheduled and get you rescheduled for sentencing, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 2301930D. This is City of Romulus versus Alexandra Wargo. May I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Justin Zaid appearing on behalf of Ms. Wargo, who is present and consents to appear via Zoom. Ms. Wargo, can you say your full name?
Alexandra Wargo.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Zach, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'll waive formal reading, stand mute. We are prepared to proceed with pretrial. I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Greco. At this time, Ms. Wargo is going to avail herself of the offer, which is an agreement to dismiss the failure to stop and identify a property damage accident, dismiss the driving while license suspended, and reduce the operating with a high BAC to a regular operating while intoxicated.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Wargo, please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to meet with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, is your agreement and understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to operating while intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on March the 21st, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were intoxicated?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it your understanding and agreement that at the time of your arrest or your contact with law enforcement, your blood alcohol content was 0.270?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Zaid, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, defense is satisfied, Your Honor.
Are the people satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of guilty to operating while intoxicated and will dismiss the driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied, and the failure to stop or identify after property damage accident. Inasmuch as this is the first hearing that you've appeared for, it does not appear that your bond had been set in this matter. As a technical matter, the court will set your bond at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court or court staff and participate in the proceedings until this matter is resolved. Your bond will be set at $5,000 personal. A condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until this matter is, again, fully resolved. Because this is a drinking and driving offense, ma'am, the next step in these proceedings is that the matter will be referred to probation. They are the ones who will interview you and develop a sentence recommendation and schedule the matter back here for sentencing. They will be contacting you by phone and email at the addresses you verified with court staff this morning. As a practical matter, you have outstanding matters with this court where you owe $648 on some other unrelated matters. If you have not already done so, ma'am, I need you to contact the court's collection department. You can go to the court's website. There's a contact us button. You can submit a request for payment plan. You can call the court's collection department and speak to them directly, or you can appear in person and speak to court staff. Is there anything else this morning on behalf of Romulus?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Wargo?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, Ms. Wargo. You're free to go. I'll see you at your sentence date, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wilson. These are 23RP01243 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Hassam Abdallatif, ABDELLATIF. The matters were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 o'clock. It's now 9:16 by this court's clock. This defendant's second time failing to appear. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP026350T. This is City of Romulus versus Paul Bill Jr. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:17 a.m. by the court's clock. This being defendant's second time failing to appear in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Mr. Nunley, the only thing I saw you for this morning is the 11 o'clock trial. Did you need to speak to Mr. Greco or there's some update to that matter?
Oh, for the trial?
Did you have something else this morning?
I did, yeah, I have one in Oakley, but I'm in the court right now. But yeah, me and Mr. Greco spoke yesterday about the trial, and it's going on as planned at 11. So I'm here just a little early to prepare.
Just a little bit? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, bye.
These are 23RP01744 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus James Raymond Berta. These matters were scheduled for show cause and arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:18 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in these matters, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%.
Your Honor, I keep trying to move Mr. Bush into the main session. James Bush is in one of my breakout room. We're just adjourning this for the first date in August. I spoke with him
What do
already.
you, I'm sorry, wait. What do you mean you're trying to move him?
I'm trying to move him into the main session.
Okay, no. Which you can either, one of two things, you can go in and tell him to come out to the main session, or somebody from the court staff can go in and do that.
Yeah, I'll go get him.
Thank you.
So have we seen a Dylan Mayclef yet?
Mayclef.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the sling schedule now, and it has me as house counsel, and it has me with Dylan Mayclef.
McAuliffe?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Mr. Kaplan came on and we did, I don't remember what with it, Mary Ann. We waived, not Mr. Kaplan. Yes, Mr. Kaplan, we waived his appearance and did.
Yep, we adjourned it to July 20th at 10:30.
Okay. Okay. So maybe that one got reassigned. All right, you have me on like for your house counsel for today? It seems like there's some confusion. Maybe
I
it's-
can't answer you because I don't know. Mary Ann would know.
I saw that on the sling shift too, Royce, that you and Sam.
Okay.
My video's not working.
Thank you. These are 23R00806 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus James Bush. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
State your name, sir.
James Bush.
Thank you. These are tickets, so the court doesn't have a file. They're scheduled for pre-hearing today. Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, we're adjourning this 1 month to the first court date at the beginning of August. Mr. Bush has some things to finish up and hopefully we'll have it resolved by then with
Is
regard to
that
his.
August 3rd, Mary Ann?
Yes, that's correct, Judge, at 8:30.
Mr. Bush, your return date will be August 3rd at 8:30 a.m. Staff will mail notice to you to reappear on that date at that time, okay?
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor, just Mr. Bush, keep me in touch. If you get it done ahead of time, give me a call.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. Mr. Bush, you're free to go. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You too.
Judge, with respect to the tickets and the register of action, should I just send them in with the court officer for Mr. Bush's case? Or what should I do with them?
You can do that. Send them in with them. And
Okay.
I'll put a sticky on them, and I don't know how they're updating those fileless files.
Okay, I'll write something on it or something.
I don't know that you necessarily want to write on them. Just, yep, send them back in with one of the officers and I'll whatever on
Okay.
this end and send it
Fine, very good.
downstairs.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Baker.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
Doing well. How's the court today?
Wonderful. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
I would like a brief moment with Mr. Greco, please.
We'll get you into a breakout room with him.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Wilson, I see you, but I have not seen Mr. Davis. Your case isn't scheduled until 9:30, but as soon as he gets here, we'll get you connected with him and get your case
Alrighty.
called, okay? Good morning, Mr. Bowditch.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize for being late, Your Honor.
Are you late?
I believe there's somebody waiting for me, so I'm late.
Mr. Limbright?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I get into a breakout room, Mr. Lindbergh?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I don't see him here, Judge.
He's here in the MIDC waiting room. Henry Limbright at 9:20 is labeled for Mr. Bowditch.
Thank you. I'll move them around.
Thank you.
Marion.
Good morning, Mr. Richardson. And off he goes. Mary Ann, there was an unidentified Model G Pure that I put in a waiting room and brought back out. Couldn't get them to turn on video, so I couldn't get them to have the audio discussion. I'm just keeping an eye out for them. Hopefully they'll come back in properly labeled.
Okay.
This is 23RP021100M. This is City of Romulus versus Joshua Broker. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:25 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP018288BOT. This is City of Romulus versus Vincent Calhoun. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:25 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Mr. Limbright left, but we're bringing him back in. Mr. Bowditch, he left, but I'm bringing him back in. I'll put him back in the room that you were assigned to, number 9.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Isn't it just a fantastic Thursday? Thank you. This is 23RP01707 AOT. This is City of Romulus versus Jeffrey Dickinson. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:27 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 200931OT. This is City of Romulus versus Jermaine Fletcher. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:28 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, the case already being in warrant status, the previously posted bond will be forfeit. This is 230250 OD. This is City of Romulus versus Marcus Fuller. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:29 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23RP01712OT. This is City of Romulus versus Robert Getter. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:31 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Mr. Bowditch, as soon as Mr. Greco pops out, I'll get your client's case called.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
It's just an adjournment, Your Honor.
These are 23RP01858 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Henry Limbright. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Limbright. Mr. Limbright, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Henry James Limbright.
Thank you, sir.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'd wait for him reading and stand mute. I've also had a chance to discuss this with the prosecutor. Mr. Limbright is making great strides. The prosecutor wishes to give him another 30 days to complete his tasks.
Thank you.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Sir, your bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Bowditch has indicated that you're making progress. We'll adjourn this matter over. That new date will be
August 3rd at 8:30.
August 3rd at 8:30 a.m. That's back here on Zoom with me in courtroom number 1. Notice will be mailed to you at the address that you verified this morning. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I'll see you back here on August 3rd at 8:30 a.m. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I check
Sir.
if 2 people are waiting? I also have a Mr. Richardson and Cullison.
Mr. Richardson is waiting for you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Is it FICA? Fijaj?
It's pronounced Fitzai, Judge. How are you? Good morning.
Say it again, sir. I'm sorry.
Fitzai, F-I-T-Z-I is how you phonetically say it.
Fazai. Thank you.
Fitzai, yeah. Thank you.
I try. Have you been in with Mr. Greco?
I have not. If I could just get 1 quick minute with him on this, so we can figure out what we're going to
Absolutely.
do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Hubbard, we're just waiting. When the prosecutor pops back out, I'll get your case called, sir.
Okay.
This is 2302530M. This is City of Romulus versus Shantanique Gorey. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:35 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. The other matters that are traveling with it are already in warrant status. These are two, three, RP 02750 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Eric Hubbard. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city.
Your Honor, respectfully, Samuel Jadala, P62186, MIDC Arraignment Council, appearing on behalf of Mr. Eric Hubbard. Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute, and Mr. Hubbard has left the building. He's back. Mr. Hubbard, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got disconnected.
And at
State
this
your name
time-
for me, sir. Mr. Hubbard, state your
Eric
name for
Hubbard.
me. Thank you. I'm
Eric
sorry,
Hubbard.
thank you, Mr. Jadala.
Your Honor, at this time, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Your Honor, for purposes of pretrial, Mr. Hubbard would like to avail himself to the plea whereby he'll be pleading guilty to one count of disorderly person under 771.1 and the minor in possession of alcohol is being dismissed. Your Honor, the term of probation, I believe, is 12 months.
The term of probation is
12
All
months. I believe.
drivers, yourself and your passengers have to have their seatbelts on.
again, Mr. Jadala.
12 months, Your Honor.
12 months, thank you. Mr. Hubbard, are you somewhere quiet?
He's at work at the airport, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Hubbard, raise your right hand for me,
Everybody-
please, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be pleading guilty as charged to being a disorderly person?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the other case, the minor possession of alcohol, would be dismissed?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
I understand.
Mr. Hubbard, what is it that you're doing right now?
I'm on break right now. I'm actually a lead for the airport. We clean planes.
Okay, if you could stop for just 1 second, this won't take us
And
2
I'm
minutes.
a lead.
Okay, we're almost done. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Say that again for me.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on May the 23rd, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person?
Yes, ma'am.
More specifically, that you threw a punch and you were uncooperative with law enforcement?
I was uncooperative, but I didn't punch anybody.
I didn't say you punched anybody, I said you threw a punch.
No, ma'am. You want me to tell the truth, ma'am? I didn't throw any punches.
Were you a disorderly
At an
person?
offer,
sir?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your
I
Honor,
was.
he agrees
Thank
to being
you.
uncooperative.
He
agrees to being uncooperative.
Yes, ma'am. I was uncorrupt.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Mr. Hubbard, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person, will dismiss the minor in possession. As previously indicated by Mr. Jadala, this plea is taken pursuant to 771.1. You'll be placed on 12 months of reporting probation. The court will assess a cost of $200, sir. As long as you incur no new criminal offenses over the next 12 months and pay this $200, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you leave, you'll get moved into a breakout room to meet with someone from our collections department. They'll put you on a payment plan for that money. Is there anything else in this matter this morning, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. Good luck to you, sir. Please go in the breakout room and they'll set your payment plan. You have your finger up. What's up?
I just want to know, it's okay for me to still work at the airport though, right? Since this is a federal job.
I don't know what the airport requirements are, but this is under advisement, which means keep your record clean, pay the $200.
Okay, cop, understood.
Okay. Okay, go into a breakout room with Maria.
Mrs. Hicks at 9:30.
She here?
She's here.
Yes.
The attorney's here and the prosecutor's here. She has one with Zoom with Judge Oakley.
Okay, she has Zoom with Oakley and Zoom with me. Okay,
Can she do hers live in here?
absolutely, if that's what she wants to do.
Can I bring them in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got a crowd almost.
Get your cats together, sir.
Yeah.
This is 23 RP 01843 AON, City of Romulus versus James Richardson.
Yeah, ready, Your Honor. Mr. Richardson, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
James Robert Richardson II.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, today's date and time set for pretrial in this matter. We do have a plea agreement in which Mr. Richardson would be pleading responsible to the civil infraction of having two inoperable vehicles, with the assessed fine being $360, according to the prosecutor. And the unkept property would be dismissed. It also should be noted for the record that in this agreement, Mr. Richardson has also agreed to clean up whatever remains of his property by the end of the month.
And Your Honor, if I may, we will be submitting a written plea agreement signed by Mr. Richardson that provides that he needs to clean up the property, properly store, register, or remove the vehicles by July 31st, or the city will be able to go onto the property to bring it into compliance, including removing vehicles or clean it up, with the cost of cleanup to be assessed to Mr. Richardson if it is necessary for us to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Richardson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you've given this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Bowdish this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of responsible to the A file, which is a civil infraction of inoperable vehicle, and that the B file of misdemeanor unkempt premises would be dismissed?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No, ma'am.
You're pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Richardson, is it true that over the course of some period of time, you have received repeated warnings from the City of Romulus Ordinance Department, which culminated or ended in you being issued a citation on April the 13th, 2023 for having inoperable motor vehicles on your property?
Yes, ma'am. I received one notice.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Richardson, the court will accept your plea of responsible to having inoperable vehicles as previously indicated. The B file misdemeanor unkempt premises will be dismissed. As previously indicated by the attorney, the fine and cost for the inoperable vehicles is $360, sir. Mr. Greco has further indicated that there is a plea form that is coming in that will further indicate that you are responsible to clean up the premises, remove the inoperables, and do whatever else that the parties previously agreed to by the end of this month, which would be July 31st, 2023. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $360?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Before you leave, Mr. Richardson, we will get you moved into the court's collections breakout room. You'll speak with a member of the court staff there and set a payment plan on the $360. And I wanted to be more specific on the record. Mr. Greco has indicated that part of the plea agreement was that if you fail to clean the premises as agreed upon by July 30th, 2023, the city of Romulus could go on the property, clean up the property that's at issue, and then you will be responsible for the cost incurred by the city of that cleanup.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Richardson, you should see an invitation to go into a breakout room with Maria, the court's collection clerk. Please go there with her. She'll put you on the payment plan for the $360. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Mr. Hubbard, you're back. What can I do for you, sir?
I was just making sure everything was squared away for me.
If you went in and talked to the collections department?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You're free to go, sir. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. These are 20RP07023 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Martin Dillon. May I have your name, please, sir?
Martin Dillon.
Sir, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You wish to proceed on your own this morning?
Yes.
You've had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, Mr. Greco.
I have.
Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Dillon. What we're going to do is we're going to amend the charge of driving while license suspended down to no operator's license on person and dismiss the possession of narcotic paraphernalia charge. Mr. Dillon is going to plead guilty to the no ops on person.
Thank you. Mr. Dillon, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having the conversation with the prosecutor this morning, is your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to the reduced count of no operator's license on person and that possession of narcotic paraphernalia will be dismissed?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Dillon, is it true that on November 12th, 2020, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Dillon, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on person. Is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Sir, the court will impose minimal fines and costs. That means there will be a $100 fine. There's $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's a $50 show cause fee for previous failures to appear, $100 bench warrant fees, $15 administrative fee, $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee, $50 late fee. If my math is correct, that is a total of $560. The court is able to apply the bonds that have been posted in these matters, which I believe are $300, which will leave a balance of $260. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the remaining balance in this matter?
No, I could pay that within 5 days. If I can call the court and do it over the phone.
You absolutely may, sir. You can call the court staff and do it that way. And we will recall the warrants that had previously been issued in these matters if they haven't already been.
You said the balance was 260, right?
If my math is good, sir, yes.
Okay.
The court staff will double check it when they process the results, but I want to be sure that we clear these other things called warrants. Anything else, Mr. Dillon?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, I am.
Ms. Hicks? Yes. Miss, did you need to speak to Mr. Greco?
No.
You've already done that?
Provided a discovery order, Your Honor. I'm going to be asking for an adjournment just to obtain some video discovery.
This is 23 RP 021410M. This is City of Romulus versus Jamie Hicks. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of defendant Ms. Jamie Hicks, who's appearing standing next to my right. Ms. Hicks, please state your name for the court.
Jamie Hicks.
Thank you. Mr. Greco is here on Zoom. Mr. Greco, are you able to hear Ms. Hicks and Mr. Hadley?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. For purposes of arraignment, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty at this time. As to bond, we would ask for a PR bond. Ms. Hicks is employed in the state of Michigan as a social worker, has been over 30 years.
30 plus years, 34 years.
No CCH, strong ties to the community, so we would ask for a PR bond.
Bond in this matter is set at 1,000 personal. Ms. Hicks, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Sir, you mentioned the discovery order.
I'm going to run and grab it right now. Mr. Greco has already provided for us. Your
Okay.
Honor. If I may.
Don't leave just yet. After we concluded the matter, we'll, you can bring it back in and I'll sign it at that time.
Very good.
And then other than that, we're adjourning this matter out?
We would ask for that, Your Honor. I think just based on kind of past practice, probably 3 weeks, make sure that we get the video in time, but whatever the court has, you know.
August 3rd? It's a Thursday, will always be a Thursday. Do you need to check something?
Yeah.
Absolutely, Ms. Hicks.
As I commit Ms. Hicks to it, Your Honor.
No, I saw the look on her face. Mr. Davis, your client is here. Did you need to speak to Mr. Wilson?
No, just the prosecutor.
We're in the middle of a hearing. As soon as I get done with Mr. Greco, we'll put you in, we'll move you into his meeting room right now, and then Mr. Greco will be there shortly.
Okay.
To be the first Thursday of August.
Yeah, I'm almost sure I'm in court with 36 District Court, not 36 PPO. I'm sorry, I get PPO on some other stuff.
Third Circuit.
Yes, Third Circuit. Yes.
You think it's that day?
It is that day at 10 o'clock. It's a Zoom at 10
So
o'clock.
we're Zoom here too. So if we Zoomed you earlier on August 3rd, could you do?
Before 10 or after? Yes. Yeah, that's great. I'm fine with that.
Mary Ann, what's the earliest thing we have on August 10th, on August 3rd?
8:40.
8:40? 8:40 on Zoom on August 3rd, back here in courtroom number 1. Notice we've emailed to you at the address we have on file, Ms. Hicks. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, I'll retrieve that order and be right back.
Thank you. Ms. Hicks, you're free to go. I'll see you on August 3rd. Thank you. Mr. Greco, there's 2 attorneys waiting for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, for accommodating.
Thank you.
No worries. Have a good day, Ms. Hicks. Mary Ann, I'm stepping off, but I'm not going far.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Judge, I was ready to go. Oh. Mary Ann, did she walk off?
Yep, she'll be right back, Dave.
Oh, okay. Because I was trying to get to my room and she said something to me as I clicked, but all right, I'll be back.
Okay.
we go with the failure report and
Shoot. I just handed the file to Mary Ann.
I'll give it to her.
Thanks. Is it busy out there?
Okay, 5 out of 31 show.
It's not.
We're getting closer.
This is 23RP02600BOT. This is City of Romulus versus David Hackworth. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:58 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant, having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench board shall issue 5,010%.
Your Honor, could I get into a breakout room with Mr. Collison?
Jeff, I made you co-host. You can move around.
I don't think I can with this device, Mary Ann. Maybe I can. I can move. I don't think I can move the individuals.
I put him in room 9.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
This is 1810190T. This is City of Romulus versus Gregory Davis. This matter was set for show cause as to the surety at 8 a.m. It is now 10 a.m. by the court's clock. Neither the defendant nor the surety appeared this morning. Based upon the failure of the surety, always click bail bonds to appear this morning, and Mr. Gregory Davis failure to appear this morning. Judgment shall enter against the surety for the full amount of the surety bond. Mr. Baker, is your client with you?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, my client is present. And
When
is-
Mr. Greco comes back, I'm sorry to cut you off. When Mr. Greco comes back, you'll be the first case that I call.
Thank you, Judge.
I saw you sitting there. My apologies. This is 23RP02360OT. This is City of Romulus versus Callie Harvey. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:02 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are 23RP02413 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Anthony Ebo. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, Richard Baker on behalf of Mr. Anthony Darnell Ebo, who is present and is seated next to me on my right via Zoom.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Anthony Ebo.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this morning. Mr. Baker, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to speak with the city attorney, and I believe we've come to a deal. And if the city attorney would read the terms into the record for the judge, that'd be great.
Yes, Your Honor, we have reached a deal where we're going to amend the fail to stop at a property damage accident to a fail to report an accident. And we're going to amend the careless to a double parking to resolve the matter completely.
That is my understanding, Your Honor, of the offer.
Thank you. Mr. Ebo, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to your attorney, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to failing to report an accident and responsible to double parking?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing so because you are in fact guilty and responsible?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ebo, is it true that on May the 9th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you failed to report an accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it also true on that date and time, location, that you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Baker, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor. No.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, are the people satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, could I
Mr.
motion
Ebo,
the court? I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. Could we motion the court to be sentenced today?
I'm about to do that right now.
Thank you, Judge.
I was going to say, Mr. Baker, the court accepts, Mr. Ebo, your plea of guilty to failing to report the accident and responsible to be in double park. Mr. Baker, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in these matters?
Just on behalf of my client, he's a 38-year-old married father of 3 children. He's lived in that area for at least 2 years. He's been a full-time employee in the UAW for over 11 years with no known previous criminal history. This is a simple mistake. It's not going to happen again, Your Honor.
Thank you. As for the A file, which will be the failing to report, Mr. Ebo, the court will impose the following: a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345. For the B file, which is the double parking, court will impose fines and costs of $200. That's $545, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay those amounts?
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay in both matters. In another matter, Mr. Baker, Mr. Ebo has outstanding to this court $276 for a distracted driving ticket. If he has not already done so, please have him either log onto the court's website on the contact us button, and he is able to submit a request for a payment plan. That way he can call the court's collection department and speak to them, or he is able to come in person and speak to someone from the collections department.
Yet so advised, Your Honor.
Anything else this morning in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Baker?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ebo. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you as well, Your Honor.
Thank you. These are 23RP02389 A, B, C, and D. These are City of Romulus versus Adam Coolison. May I have your appearances, please?
Ready, Your Honor.
Yes, yeah.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city.
For Your Honor, for the record, Your Honor, Jeffrey Bouch, agreeing on behalf of and with Mr. Cullison. Mr. Cullison, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
First name is Adam. Last name is Cullison, Cullison.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cullison.
Your Honor, we are requesting a final pretrial.
Well, Mr. Bowdish, I appreciate that, but I don't show that your client was arraigned as of yet. So let's start there.
Waive the formal reading, Your Honor, and stand mute.
Thank you. Waive the formal reading of the complaint and have Mr. Cullison stand mute. Sir, the court will set your bond in these matters at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until these matters are resolved in their entirety. We will set a final pretrial date of
July 20th at 10:30.
July 20th at 10:30 a.m. That's back on Zoom in courtroom number 1. Mr. Cullison, the court staff will mail notice to you at the address you verified with them this morning. Is there anything else in these matters, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cullison. I'll see you on July 20th, sir. Have a good afternoon. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Completes my responsibilities, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Have him away from the house.
Give me one moment. This is 23RP02425OI, City of Romulus versus Noah Talbert. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Roman Fitzai on behalf of Mr. Talbert.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pre-hearing in this matter, which means this court doesn't have a file. There's a piece of paper that Mr. Greco has, but Mr. Fitzai and Mr. Greco, you've had the opportunity to speak. Has there been a resolution of this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. There has been a resolution. We're going to amend the ticket fail to yield to a double parking ticket, $180 fine.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzai, you have full authority from your client to enter a plea if responsible for the double parking in this matter?
Yes.
The court accepts your plea of responsible on behalf of your client will impose $180 as the fine and cost in this matter. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Can we do 2 weeks, Judge?
14 days to pay. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Fitzai?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Take care, David.
Start with Mr. Davis. I'm sorry, I saw you just moved, but start with Mr. Davis. Mr. Wilson's been here for a while. Thanks.
Okay.
These are 23RP020980M and 23RP021000OM. These are both City of Romulus versus Michael Hoffman. They were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:13 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in these matters, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 230303OD. This is City of Romulus versus Javion Wilson. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Reese Davis, P76203, appearing with Javion Wilson, who's present appearing via Zoom.
Mr. Wilson, state your name for me, please.
Javion Wilson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I'll waive formal reading and plea of stand mute.
Any comment as to bond, Mr. Davis?
Yes, Your Honor. My client is 32. He's working in home health. He's here present with retained counsel, nonviolent crime. Just ask the court to release him on a personal bond.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson did appear timely and appropriately this morning. Mr. Wilson, your bond will be set at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until such time as this matter is resolved in its entirety. Condition of your bond based on the allegations contained in the report is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Davis, You've had the opportunity to pre-try this case with Mr. Greco.
Yes, I'm asking for an adjourned pretrial for discovery.
That adjourned pretrial date will be
July 20th at 10:40.
Great, thank you.
July 20th at 10:40 a.m. Back here with me, courtroom number 1, back on Zoom. Mr. Wilson, notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with staff this morning. Mr. Davis, I made a notation in the file that discovery has been requested. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Davis? He appears to be at another hearing. Mr. Wilson, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day. I'll see you on July 20th.
Alrighty, you too.
Thank you.
All right, I'll be back, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. This is 230247OM. This is City of Romulus versus Javante Jackson Norman. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 10:18 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear in this matter again, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23RP024140I, City of Romulus versus Frank Carvey. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Bayuk, on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Frank Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Bayuk. Today is the day and time set for the pre-hearing in this matter. This court does not have a physical file for it. Mr. Greco has the paper ticket. The parties have had the opportunity to have the pre-hearing in this matter. Mr. Bayuk, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we've actually reached a resolution. I have authority to act. My client's prepared to plead responsible to double parking.
And Your Honor, we've agreed upon a fine of $195.
Parties having appeared, Mr. Bayok having full authority from his client, the court will enter a plea of responsible to the double parking and assess fines and costs of $195. Sir, does your client need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Your Honor, I was going to respectfully ask if we could have 14 days to pay. Is that okay?
14 days to pay. Anything else, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your patience this morning. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you all.
Take care, Steve.
What happened to Chaptala? Oh, somebody waiting to speak to you.
Yeah, Your Honor, we came to a resolution on Chaptala and somehow we lost him on the way back to the main session. So we'll see if he logs in.
I hope they do. Okay, thank you. This is 23RP02629OT, City of Romulus versus Starnika Johnson. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:22 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23RP02546OT. This is City of Romulus versus Deontay Jones. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:23 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23RP02509AOT. This is City of Romulus versus Jennifer Joshua. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:23 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are 23RP02738 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus David Kowalczyk. The matters were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:24 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in these matters, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23RP025110T. This is City of Romulus versus Elmo Lee. Matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:27 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 230278OM, City of Romulus versus David Lowry. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:28 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP017910T, City of Romulus versus Trayvon Lumpkin. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:28 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP025060T, City of Romulus versus Richard Pickett Jr. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:29 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP01512AOT. This is City of Romulus versus Darlene Roberts. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:30 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP02557COT, City of Romulus versus Tyler Rorich. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:31 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Good morning, Wayne County.
Morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I have a Mr. Bryant Brown.
Mike Brown?
Bryant Brown. Brian as in Kobe.
Oh, I see it at 8:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have him put on the screen for 2 seconds.
Thank you.
In there. Brown. Okay. afternoon. Perhaps. Hello.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Brown, you're here for a trespassing matter out of the city of Romulus? Mr. Brown? Is that the case you have this morning, sir?
No. No, that's not why I'm here.
Is not why you're here?
No, ma'am. I'm here for.
Are you Bryant Lamont Brown?
Brian Lamont, Colin Brown, State.
Yes, sir. That's why you're here this morning.
Brian Lamont Brown is my dad.
Bryant Lamont Colin Brown II.
Yes, as in two, as in Roman, I. Capital I. Two capital I's, and it means the second, it means two. I'm junior, like another.
I'm reading it as it appears on the citation and in the court's file.
Another term for junior, another way, another.
Okay, sir. The case is scheduled for pretrial this morning. Were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney, or were you looking to appear on your own this morning?
Well, ask a court-appointed attorney. But like it's supposed to be, that's why you got an attorney. Okay. I didn't need to do nothing. With your attorney. Attorney, I didn't even do anything.
I'm sorry?
I didn't even do anything.
Okay, then Mr. Brown, let's do this. Let's get you into a breakout room with the court-appointed attorney. He's available. He will speak with you, and maybe we can get some progress on this matter.
I didn't even do anything, man.
Mr. Jadala, as soon as Mr. Greco comes back, I'll call Ms. Lafferty's matter.
Absolutely, Judge.
Thank you.
Eric, turn yourself off.
He can stay on, but he needs to mute himself and stop moving around.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, sir, if you're going to stay in this session, you need to mute yourself.
All right.
Thank you. This is 23RP 02632 AOT, City of Romulus versus Samuel Scarborough III. This matter is scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:36 by this court's clock. Defendant, having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Not without a shirt on, sir. Absolutely not. Not today.
I'm sorry, 1 second, please.
This is 23RP0317 AOT. This is City of Romulus versus Amanda Lafferty. May I have your appearance, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the city.
For Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Lafferty. For purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Amanda Lafferty.
Thank you. There were A and B files. I think I just said A.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Any comment as to bond, Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, at this time, Your Honor, we'd ask Mrs. Lafferty would like to avail herself to the plea whereby she'll be pleading to one count of no operator's license on person and one count of failure to report an accident. She understands the right she's waiving by doing so, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Lafferty, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss these matters with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Jadala, is your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering pleas of guilty to no operator's license on person and to failing to report an accident?
Yes.
Do you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ms. Lafferty, is it true that on June the 14th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Is it also true that on that day, June 14, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you failed to report an accident?
Yes, it is.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, I am.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your pleas in these matters. Mr. Jadala, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in these matters?
I just that Ms. Lafferty appreciates the opportunity to have no points on the record. He does appreciate the offer from the prosecutor, Your Honor, and we just ask that we have the lowest fines and costs possible for Ms. Lafferty.
Thank you. In the A file, which will be the no operator's license on the person, Ms. Lafferty, the court will impose the following: a $100 fine. There's $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 state costs and $20 fund fee. That's $345. It will be the same thing in the failure to report: a $100 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That will be a total of $690 on both files, ma'am. Do you need more than 5 days to pay those amounts?
I do, if possible.
Absolutely, ma'am. When this matter is concluded, you'll be moved into a breakout room. There's a member of the court staff there who is able to help you set a payment plan in these matters. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala? I take that as a no. Ms. Lafferty.
Nothing further, Judge. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Mr. Jadala. Ms. Lafferty, you'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room with Maria. She'll help you set the payment plan on that $690. Good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. These are 23RP02386 A, B, C, and D. These are City of Romulus versus Carlos Hernandez. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Carlos Hernandez here from the Romulus.
Thank you. Today is a day and time set for the pre-hearing and the arraignment pre-trials in these matters. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
We are just asking for one final adjournment so that Mr. Hernandez can comply. We're asking the court to set it for August 3rd, if possible.
As for the arraignment,
We waive a formal reading and stand mute. Thank you.
thank you. Waive the formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Hernandez, as a matter of course, we will set your bond in this matter at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear until these matters are resolved in its entirety. This pretrial will be adjourned to August the 3rd, 2023 at
8:40.
at 8:40. It's back here on Zoom, back here in courtroom number 1 with me. Is there anything else in these matters, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor, only that I did have a conversation with Mr. Nunley conveying what the city is looking for as far as progress regarding this property, which I know he's conveyed to his client.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, I'll see you back here on August the 3rd at 8:40 a.m. In the interim, please continue to work on addressing the issues raised by the city, sir. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. This is 23RP032810T. This is City of Romulus versus Howard Dalton Jr. Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
State your name.
Howard Dalton Jr.
Thank you. Mr. Dalton, the way the court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
You intend to proceed on your own?
Yes.
You've had the chance to speak to Mr. Greco this morning, the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. This is a fail to stop and identify after a property damage accident. I have had an opportunity to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Dalton, who's also on the phone, obviously, right now. And I have had an opportunity to speak with the victim, by the way, which this was a very, very minor incident. So what I'd like to do is amend the charge to a double parking charge with a fine of $180 to resolve this matter. I've explained that to Mr. and Mrs. Dalton, and Mr. Dalton wishes to avail himself of the plea, of the offer.
Mr. Dalton,
Yeah.
were you able to hear Mr. Greco just now?
Yes.
Sir, is it your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of responsible to double parking and that the failure to stop after a property damage accident will be dismissed?
Yeah.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Okay.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And Mr. Dalton, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yeah.
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead responsible?
Yeah.
Mr. Dalton, is it true that on May 17, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yeah.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to double parking and will dismiss the misdemeanor failure to stop after a property damage accident. As indicated by Mr. Greco, fines and costs in this matter will be $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yeah.
Mr. Greco, Mr. Dalton, what we'll do is move you into the court's collection room. Go in there and speak with Maria. She'll put you on a payment plan, okay?
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Dalton?
I moved him too quickly, Judge. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I figured that's what happened. It's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Judge, I'll be back. It looks like I have somebody in my waiting room.
Thank you. This is 23RP019730M. This is City of Romulus versus Derek Skeen. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:47 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. I see the person in there with Mr. Greco. We called that case. It was scheduled at 8 o'clock. Marianne?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I somehow maybe put that file in with you? It's Gregory Davis. Huh.
Oh, it's right, it's the first one. Yeah, do you need it back?
Is it? Yep. It shouldn't have even been in there, but thank you. He got here maybe, what, 10 minutes ago? Thank you, officer. We'll get Mr. Wright moved into a clerk's room.
Thank you.
Hello, Your Honor. Do you want us to put us on mute?
No, you're fine. As soon as the attorney pops out, this will be the first case I call. This is 23RP025993 AOT. This is City of Romulus versus Madison Stewart. Matter scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:52 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Mr. Brown, yes.
Yes.
You raised your hand?
Oh, no. High five.
Okay. This is 21RP01880BOT. This is City of Romulus versus Jerry Strait. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:53 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP008660M, City of Romulus versus Bryant Brown. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Rajadala, appearing on behalf of Ms. Brown. I need a little bit more time in the breakout room. I just finished speaking with the prosecutor. I'm not sure how he left my breakout room, Judge.
You weren't sure how Mr. Brown got out of your breakout?
Correct.
We'll move him back in there. Thank you, sir. This is 230301OD, City of Romulus versus Patricia Takia, TACIA. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:55 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP02666 AOT. This is City of Romulus versus Carlisle Travis. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:56 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Mr. Gisela, are we ready?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. This is 23RP00866OM, City of Romulus versus Bryant Brown. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Rajadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, would you say your name, please?
Sorry?
Would you say your name?
Bryant Lamont Colin Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, today is a day and time set for it says pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, at this time, for purposes of pretrial, Mr. Brown will be pleading guilty as charged to one count of trespass, He understands that he needs to stay away from Keggers Party Store, and after speaking with the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, he has no objections that this court would consider time served. He's been incarcerated now for almost a month.
Mr. Brown, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding that you will be tendering a plea of guilty as charged to trespassing. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind. That's a question, Mr. Brown. You have to say it out loud.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, okay. You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Sir, you haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
I'm sorry?
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brown, is it true that on March the 5th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you went to Keggers Party Store and stayed there after you were asked not to be there?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that this was a trespass, Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
I have, sir.
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to being trespassing at Keggers on that date in question, as previously indicated by Mr. Jadala. The sentence in this matter will be credit for time served. How long have you been in custody, Mr. Brown?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear anything you just said. It started talking.
Almost a month, man. A month.
Almost a month?
A month. At least a month.
At least a month? Mr. Jadala, do you have the specifics?
I do not, Your Honor.
We'll call it credit for 21 days time served and close the file.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, just with the understanding also, he is trespassed from the Keggers Party Store going forward.
I will not return to Keggers. I will not.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, just so we're clear, I'm writing in the file that you trespassed from Keggers Party Store in the city of Romulus, which means you are not welcome there. Credit for time served, and this matter is closed. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Wayne County, thank you for your assistance this morning. Mr. Brown, good luck to you.
Yes, ma'am. Good luck to you as well.
These are 23RP03184, A, B, and C. 23RP03241, A, B, and C. These are all City of Romulus versus Shakira Holden.
Good morning, Your Honor. Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants.
And Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city.
Ms. Holden, will you please state your
Today
name
is
for the record?
Shakira Holden.
Today is the day and time set for pre-hearings and arraignment pretrials in these matters. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
We just are asking the court for a brief adjournment at this time so that we can get a little bit of discovery and get a little more information.
In the interim, Ms. Holding, your bond will be set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved. This matter will be adjourned for pretrial to
July 20th at 10:50. Is that enough time, Royce?
Yes.
You're on mute, Royce.
Sorry, Mr. Greco, do you believe that's enough time to get the reports and get the information?
I do.
Okay, yep, that's fine.
Thank you. Ms. Holding, your next appearance date will be July 20th, 2023 at 10:50 a.m. back here on Zoom with me. That means that you have 2 weeks to get Zoom downloaded or get somewhere where the court is able to see you and you may participate with video. Understood?
Yes.
I'll see you on July 20th, ma'am. Have a good day.
Judge, I'm sorry, but I missed the time for that one.
10:50
Thank you.
a.m. Thank you. What is it?
It's a bench warrant.
Oh, yeah, yes. Thank you. These are 23RP03176 ABCDE. These are City of Romulus versus Brian Neff. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully,
Yes.
Sam Jabala, 62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Neff.
David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Brian Neff.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pre-hearings and the arraignment pre-trials. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, respectfully, at this time, after speaking with Mr. Neff, we're going to waive formal reading, stand mute. Mr. Neff at this time will be pleading to 1 count of no operator's license on person, 1 count of no proof of insurance, and 1 count of careless driving. All other matters are being dismissed.
Mr. Neff, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to no operator's license on person, a plea of responsible to no proof of insurance,
Yes.
and a plea of responsible to careless driving?
Yes.
Sir, you understand that the court accepts your pleas in the matter just described, that you will not have a trial of any kind?
I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Okay.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead responsible and guilty?
No, I've not.
Mr. Neff, is it true that on June the 14th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Sir, is it also true that on June the 14th, 2023, you operated a motor vehicle with no proof of insurance?
Yes.
And sir, on that day, June 14th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, did you drive in a manner that could be deemed careless?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neff, the court will accept your pleas of guilty to all operator's license on person. Mr. Jadala, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
We just asked for minimum fines and costs. Mr. Neff does appreciate the offers being made to him, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Neff, in the no operator's license on person case, the court will impose the following: a $100 fine, $100 in costs, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. For your plea of responsible in the no proof of insurance matter, the court will impose fines and costs of $220. The court will dismiss the C file, which is unauthorized for improper use of lights. The D file is amended to a careless driving. And the court will impose fines and costs of $300. The E file, which is refusal of the preliminary breath test, that is being dismissed. Your total fines and costs in these matters will be $865, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I do.
Sir, you'll be moved into the breakout room. You'll meet with Maria, a member of this court staff, who will help you set up a payment plan as on the matters that were adjudicated this morning. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neff, please join Maria in the breakout room. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. What happened to the no shirt?
Oh, yeah.
Can't make it up. Nobody will believe you.
Room.
Are you
Why-
talking to me?
Yeah, yes, Judge. I show a dentist right in my waiting room that I tried to move over a while ago. I talked to him, but now I go there and I don't see anybody there.
He's there.
Okay, let me go find him.
Oh. 8 o'clock case. This is 23RP02552 BOT. This is City of Romulus versus Denitra Vaughn. The matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:14 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%.
All right.
This is 23RP019380M. This is City of Romulus versus Patrick Williams. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:15 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Mary Ann, would you please go in and get Mr. Wright
Yeah.
or move him?
It's an empty, it goes to his room, but it's an empty room with a conference table. And I keep going back there, Judge, so.
I have the file pulled, so if he's not, okay,
Yeah.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and all we were gonna do, Your Honor, I did speak with him and tried to move him over. We're just adjourning this to August 3rd to address issues from the property.
Still not. There's still some other things.
So we're in no hurry right now.
That is not what I
No,
said.
just, did you want to finish?
Yeah, I see that he was
No.
he was in our courthouse, right, Dave?
You know what? I think that might be the courthouse room. Yeah, and it looks like,
It is.
yeah, okay.
It's empty, so let me see, let me call the court officers to see thing or something.
I'll run over there and take a look really quick.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
Mr. O'Neill, I'm the prosecutor for Romulus. I'm gonna move you to my prosecutor meeting room for a minute, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Have you seen Mark King? Is he gone?
Nobody's out of traffic.
He's
That's
out
why
of
you don't-
traffic.
That's why you don't see him.
Where is he?
They disbanded the whole traffic. Thing only got one guy in there now.
That's why they drive like maniacs, why they're drag racing up and down.
I know.
I don't understand that. You don't want them writing tickets for your neighbors. I said, absolutely do. Oh, boy. Mr. Robinson,
Morning, Judge.
you're not here for a 910 case, are you?
Yeah, I just realized that, and I've been trying to reach Mr. Greco, and I haven't been able to get in touch with him.
He's here in our hallway. He's in his breakout with someone else, though. So we'll move you into his waiting room.
That sounds like a plan. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
I'm at home waiting for the AT&T guy because I haven't had cable or Wi-Fi in 3 days. And they give you the 4-hour window. So
I'm crying 9 tears for you, Mr. Robinson.
I know, and you have in the past. Thanks, Judge.
We've been doing this for 20 years. So Mr. Robinson, Mr. Greco's here. We have a couple of things. We'll get him to you. You should have gone to McDonald's or your library or Panera and used their Wi-Fi. That's just a suggestion, but.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is, Judge, I have to be here when they get here in that time frame. So
you don't need Wi-Fi at home. Go into one of those places. Set up your office there.
Thanks, Judge.
The jokes get better as the day goes on, Mr. Jadala. Better in my mind, maybe not better than anybody else. This is 1-8-1019-OT. This is City of Romulus versus Gregory Davis. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. This court called it at 10 a.m. Mr. Davis appeared at about 10:30-ish. Mr. Jadala.
Brandon, would you repeat that case number, please?
1-8-1019-OT.
Your Honor, me and the prosecutor have talked. It's not on the court's docket that was sent to me. It's not on the offer sheet the prosecutor sent to me. Prosecutor couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. I asked Mr. Davis to come here just to get a case number or something, so maybe me and the prosecutor could put our heads together and come to a resolution.
And I'll tell you why it's not on your docket. It's not on your docket because it's a surety show cause. Mr. Davis has had a history of failing to appear in this 2018 case. His bond was forfeit back on June the 7th, 2023, and the court staff set this matter for show cause as to the surety in this matter, that surety being always quick bail bonds. The matter was scheduled this morning for entry of judgment against the surety for Mr. Davis's previous failures to appear in this matter. That's why it's not on your docket. The court staff set it independently for the court to address it. Notice was mailed to Mr. Davis to be here at 8 a.m. That's why when he appeared at 10:30 with no shirt on, my response was what it was, and no one from the surety has appeared at all. So it would not be on your dockets.
Okay. But it is a open driving while license suspended case, correct, Judge?
Absolutely.
All right. And I will, Mr. Greco, we spoke. Is that offer still available?
Yes.
Mr. Davis, I'm going to ask you to go back to the breakout room. If the court could put him back in the breakout room, Your Honor, and I'll meet Mr. Davis back in my meeting room.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you?
And Your
Good.
Honor, we're
What's
ready.
going on?
Oh, sorry.
You're ready on what, sir?
We're ready on Aaron O'Neill. It's a formal hearing set, but we've come to a resolution.
This is 23-RP-025560I. This is City of Romulus versus Aaron O'Neill. Mr. O'Neill, state your name for me, please, sir.
Aaron Patrick O'Neill.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill, as Mr. Greco indicated, this matter was scheduled for a formal hearing on your driving left of center ticket that was issued back on May 15, 2023. He's indicated that the parties have come to an agreement. What is that agreement, Mr. Greco?
Your Honor, the agreement is that we'll amend the ticket to a double parking ticket, which I've explained to Mr. O'Neill is no points, does not appear on driving record. It's a $180 fine.
Mr. O'Neill, you've had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Greco,
I have, Your Honor.
and it's your full understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible to double parking. The court will impose fines and costs of $180,
I do.
and that's how you wish to proceed, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it true that on May 15, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
It is true.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking, sir, and will impose the agreed upon fine and cost of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I could do it today.
Not quite today because my secretary has to put in the resolution, so maybe tomorrow, but 5 days at the most, okay?
Okay, that works.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. O'Neill?
No, I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you for being timely this morning, sir. You have a good day. Good luck to you.
You too, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 1812640M. This is City of Romulus versus Christopher Walker. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Mr. Walker, state your name for me, please, sir.
Christopher Lawrence Walker.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
At this time, Your Honor, I believe the prosecutor has agreed to dismiss this charge.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's an old case and we're moving to dismiss.
Any objection to the dismissal, Mr. Nunley?
No objection, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, the case is hereby dismissed. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, that concludes this matter. You're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be back, Your Honor. I'm going to go meet with Attorney Robinson.
Thank you. This is 23RP028130M, City of Romulus versus Bridget Horton. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:30 a.m. It's now 11:27 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Mr. Nunley, are we ready?
I believe so. That it looks like that person that I just talked to was the last one in our. Nope, there's one more in our waiting room, so I will go speak to him and then hopefully we'll be ready.
Thank you. These are 23RP00344A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Latrice Hunter. These matters were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:30. It's now 11:28 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear again. These files are already in warrant status. The defendant was advised of what needed to happen to have the warrants lifted and the matters rescheduled. She's failed to appear this morning. The bench warrants will remain in place. This is a recall of 181019 OT, City of Romulus versus Gregory Davis. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardall, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Gregory Davis.
Mr. Davis, state your name for me, please, sir.
Gregory Davis.
Thank you. Mr. Davis is labeled as having waived the right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning, but Mr. Jadala, when you were out before, there was some indication that there had been some conversation and a possible resolution. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, at this time, Your Honor, we'll waive formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Davis wishes to avail himself to the plea of 1 count of no operator's license on person. He understands the rights he is waiving by doing so, Judge.
Mr. Davis, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala this morning, and you understand the charge that you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your agreement to plead guilty to no operator's license on person.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty?
I'm sorry.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Davis, is it true that on March the 7th, 2018, in the city of Romulus, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Judge.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, Mr. Davis, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on person. Mr. Jadala, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Davis appreciates the opportunity for you having him appear, Your Honor. He understands that he was late and he appreciates the opportunity to be heard and to finally put this matter behind him, Your Honor. We just ask for the minimum fines and costs in this matter, please.
Mr. Davis, have you resolved your license issues?
I am in the process of resolving them, so I have not resolved them fully.
Okay. Sir, the court will impose the following. There is a $100 fine. There's $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee. There's a $50 bench warrant fee. There's a $50 late fee. There's a $45 clearance fee. There was a second bench warrant fee. That's $540. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Davis, you'll see an invitation to go into the collections department to meet with Maria. She'll help you set a payment plan for the $540. This case has been in warrant status. The court will recall the warrant. Other than that, Mr. Davis, good luck to you, sir. Please meet with Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Robinson and Mr. Greco, these are 23R008-710, 23R008-311, A and B, 22R008-702 COM. These are all City of Romulus versus Robert Hanna. May I have your appearances, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Steve Robinson appearing on behalf of Robert Hanna.
The parties have had the opportunity to speak this morning. Mr. Robinson, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. Greco, and we're going to put this on the ordinance docket for the 27th of July.
We'd like to adjourn it to that date, Your Honor.
At what time, Mary Ann?
Give me 1 second, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
$9:20.
9:20 on July the 27th. In person in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I'll see you then. Good luck with AT&T.
Thanks, Judge.
This is
I'll see you, Dave.
23R008318OM. This was City of Romulus versus Neil Chapatwala. Mr. Greco, the defendant was here previously. They've left and have not returned. You indicated that you reached an agreement of some sort.
We did, Your Honor. We were going to amend the charge to a double parking $180 fine. I'm pretty sure we have contact information for him. After court today or later today, I may be able to reach out to him.
Are we talking about the same file? On-camp premises.
Yes.
Okay. The defendant has not returned. I'll make a notation in the file that they were here. And what, Mr. Greco, you're indicating the agreement was, and we'll see what happens from there.
I think we've got a number for him somewhere. I will reach out and see if we can't just resolve it. I mean, we've resolved it, but you know what I mean? Get it all together.
I'll send it to Mary Ann with the indication of the agreement you placed on the record, and we'll see what happens from there.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, will do. I'll reach out. I'll get it
Thank
all
you.
worked out.
This is 23RP032130T. This is City of Romulus versus Gregory Robinson. May I have your appearances, please?
Dave Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Mr. Robinson, would you turn your video on and state your name for me, please?
Can you hear
Yes, sir.
me? My phone not doing something, so.
State your name for me, sir.
Gregory Robinson, it's not showing up for me to show my video, so you want me to back out and come back in?
No, sir. Absolutely not. We'll get your case handled right now. Mr. Nunley, today is a day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Well, I would have to withdraw from the case at this time. There's obviously a breakdown, but already between myself and Mr. Robinson. I was not even able to, explain the charge for purposes of the arraignment, so I would not be able to even waive a formal reading for the court at this time. He did want me to indicate to the court that he does want a live jury trial.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Here's the issue. Today is a day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. This is typically the time where the party indicates on the record how they wish to proceed. Mr. Nunley has indicated that there's been a breakdown where we are not able to even get to the arraignment portion. So before we even get to the part of the conversation about a trial, whether it's a bench trial or a jury trial, I'll make a notation in the file that Mr. Nunley has said jury trial. But before we even get to that part, we need to do the arraignment part. So is Mr. Nunley accurate in stating that there's been a breakdown in the relationship that would require him to withdraw from the case?
I mean, he can do that. I mean, because I done had lawyers do that before. Because my thing is, I'm not understanding how y'all made me up a license and suspended it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep saying in the state of Michigan, but I'm not even a resident of Michigan. And I'm pretty sure this is not the United States of Michigan. So with that being said, I said jury trial because he keep trying to give me a charge versus a civil infraction. So if that's what it's gonna be, yes, I want a jury trial. And if he feel like he can't represent me because I know my rights, then okay.
So, Mr. Robinson, let's try this.
Hello?
I'm here. I'm just trying to, I have to write in the files. And because I want to be sure that we cover everything we need to cover, I just needed a moment. Mr. Robinson, it is alleged that on June the 16th, 2023, City of Romulus Police found you to be operating a motor vehicle while your driver's license was suspended, revoked, or denied. Your indication on the record just now was that you do not have a license. Was that correct, sir?
I never had a license, never applied for a license to get revoked or denied ever in my life, so.
Okay, so Mr. Robinson, I will take that to be that you are saying that you're not guilty of the charges against you. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Robinson, the court will set your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved. I will adjourn this matter. I will adjourn this matter for pretrial with a return date of
July 20th at 10:50.
July 20th, 2023 at 10:50 a.m. It will be back here on Zoom with me in courtroom number 1. At that time, Mr. Robinson, we will put you in to meet with the prosecutor or the court-appointed attorney who's available on that day, however you wish to proceed at that time. And you will have a conversation with him. But in that time, between now and the time you come back on the 20th, you need to figure out whatever your technology is so that the court is able to see you. And if you don't have access to the requisite technology, you can come in person. There is a computer downstairs that you can use, or this courtroom is open, just as this courthouse has been open. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. My phone was.
Is that reasonable?
I think that's yes, it's reasonable. My video was working before we came into this room. Like I was actually able to see the attorney, but right now it's not even giving me the option. But if it do be a discrepancy or something, I can make it to the courtroom. I'm not that far from Romulus courtroom.
I saw your address, sir. Here's the thing. Your case was scheduled at 10:40. It's 11:40. It's 11:42, Mr. Robinson, and I have a 10 o'clock trial. What I want you to do, again, I will see you on July the 20th. You will meet with the prosecutor and we'll come on the record and we'll have a conversation about how we'll move forward in this matter, okay?
Thank you.
I'll see you on the 20th, sir. Have a good afternoon.
What was the time again? The 20th at what time?
10:50, 1050.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What happened to Dennis Wright? I thought I saw him with someone. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just making up names.
No, if that was the gentleman that was here in the court, but he left, I think that was the one you were going to adjourn. And I think when he heard adjourn, he got up and left.
Oh, you went to check on him. Thanks, Carol.
Yes. Mhm.
This is 23 RP 018450M, City of Romulus versus Dennis Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus. I did speak with Mr. Wright, and we were adjourning the matter to August 3rd to give him some time to address issues with the property.
August 3rd at
50,
10:50,
8:50.
8:50. Mary Ann, I'm just gonna keep making up numbers. 8:50 a.m. Thank you. We'll adjourn that matter. Mr. Jadala, was there something else?
Nothing further, Judge. Just waiting to see if anybody else showed up, and I want to apologize to Mr. Nundley for passing the buck on the last client. He jumped into my breakout room, Your Honor, and I was with someone else, and he began to speak, and I put him back in the waiting room. And I'm sorry, Royce, that you had to deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Jadala. That, I believe, concludes the show cause arraignment pretrial portion of the court's docket. The only thing we have remaining is the trial. So, Mr. Jadala, you have a good day.
Judge, may you and your staff have a wonderful day. Dave, good seeing you again.
Take care, Sammer.
Bye-bye, guys.
Maria and Carol, thank you for your assistance. Mr. Nunley and Mr. Greco, if you're ready, give me maybe 3 minutes. You all can come in here. We'll get the case called and Klein matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, do you want to leave the Zoom up or shall I take it down?
Leave it up, please, ma'am. Thank you.
When she's found guilty, would she have, what happens next?
She gets fined without probation.
Can you recommend that she cannot contact my work or
Yes.
go after me in any shape or form?
Yeah, no contact with you.
Yeah, because like I said, she contacted my work and she's very, very good at.
Catherine, let's focus on your testimony right now. And it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, no. That's why we're
She's
here.
gonna attack. She's gonna come back and attack.
This case breaks like all my rules on what I normally accept as a prosecutor. Number one, you didn't get seriously hurt. Number two, everybody knows each other. Number three, you made the police report like a week or two. Okay, so that's a no, 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 and no. I always say no. But I talk to you personally, so that's why I take notes.
Yeah, we're not done. Well, I've learned my lesson, so I have on a long sleeve shirt today.
I know. That's why I called. I know. Well, it has to be done because I have to protect the work. You know, that's what's crazy, but that's okay.
This is 23RP030920T. This is City of Romulus versus Thomas Abraham. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:40 a.m. It's now it's 11:51 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matter will be set for show cause. I'm correct that show cause will still go to McKenzie. This is 22RP034128OT. This is City of Romulus versus Nicholas Bergolin. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:40 a.m. It's now 11:52 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. These were actually the matter will be set for show cause. That is 1-2A. Actually, it's a driving while license suspended that's already in warrant status. There are civil infractions that are traveling with it that are already in default status. The court will leave them as they are. This is 230071OM. This is City of Romulus versus Heather Lynn Klein. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your name, ma'am?
Heather Klein.
Thank you. Today is a day and time set for trial in this matter. Mr. Greco, are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Nunley and I spoke briefly about opening statements. I'm just going to speak for a moment or two, very quickly, just to set the context. And
Before you, I'm sorry.
And we do have witnesses here. I know we have two witnesses. I have the victim, Ms. Catherine Boonen-Kemper, next to me, and I know there's a witness beside the defendant here. We just ask that they step outside here.
Thank you. Ms. Klein, you may be seated. Anyone who will be giving testimony in this matter should vacate the courtroom at this time. Anyone who is viewing this matter on streaming who may give testimony should stop viewing the matter at this time. Mr. Nunley, any preliminary matters?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Greco, your opening statement.
Yes, very briefly, Your Honor. The victim in this case is Catherine Boonen-Kemper. She is the aunt of the defendant, Heather Klein, in this matter. All of the witnesses involved in this case will be family members. This is an incident that occurred at Ms. Klein's father's house, Ms. Boonen-Kemper's brother's house. during the evening of New Year's Eve 2022 and is an assault and battery case. With that, Your Honor.
Could never follow such an eloquent, beautiful summary as that one, so we'll waive our right to an open statement.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. Your first witness, Mr.
Yes.
Greco.
Your Honor, for our first witness is the victim, Catherine Boonenkamper.
Ms. Kemper, you're going to come up to this podium right here in the middle of the room for me, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much, ma'am. Please come up here and have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony this almost afternoon. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to keep your voice up, okay? Thank you. Mr. Greco, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Boonenkamper, please state your name for the record.
Catherine Ann Buhner-Kemper.
And where do you reside generally? I don't need a
Belleville.
specific address. In Belleville. Okay. Do you know a person by the name of Heather Klein?
Yes,
And who is Heather Klein to you?
my brother's daughter, my
Miss-
niece.
I'm sorry for 1 second. I didn't do it. Ms. Kemper, will you spell your name for me, please?
Buhnerkemper.
Thank you. Your brother's daughter.
Your brother's daughter. Okay, so that makes her your niece, correct?
Yes,
Do you see Heather Klein in the courtroom today?
yes,
And can you please indicate to where she is?
sitting right there next to the, yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Heather Klein. in
Yes,
the
sir.
courtroom. Okay. Now, Ms. Boonenkamper, I want to take you back to New Year's Eve 2022, December 31st, 2022. Where were you that evening?
At my brother's house
Okay, and where is your brother's house located?
in Romulus on James Street. Or
Oh, okay.
James
What's the
Town.
specific address?
I don't know it actually. I just,
Is it-
yeah. you
Does
turn-
it refresh your recollection if I indicate that it's 30214 Jamestown Street in
Yes.
Romulus?
Yes, if I
Okay.
had my phone, I could look it up for you.
Okay, so your brother, what's his name?
Robert Bachman,
Okay, he goes by Bobby.
Bobby.
Okay. And what were you doing there that evening?
Every year we have a New Year's Eve get together, play cards, drink at midnight. Everybody does a toast. You know, my mom or whoever, just,
Okay, so this
we
is.
party. It's our annual thing.
It's an annual thing. On this evening, on December 31st, 2022, approximately how many people were there?
I'm just gonna guess, without counting, maybe 20.
Okay, and when you say we, is this a family thing, family? and
Yeah, it's
friends?
my family, and then we have a couple that, you know, we grew up with in the same block, that they're like family, like Carl, I've known him, he's 50-something, his entire life, he's lived next door to my mom. Joe, that we met in, you know, first grade or second grade, so it's like people that you've known your whole life.
Obviously, your brother Bobby was there, correct?
Yes,
Was Heather Klein there?
yeah, she came, left, and then came back.
Okay. What time did you get to the party that evening?
I'm gonna guess around 7. I mean, I really don't remember exactly, but I'm guessing it was around 7-ish.
Okay. What, just brief, so, Bobby was there, you indicated Heather was there. What other family members were there?
Danny, Michelle, Matthew,
Okay, let me stop you for a second. Danny who?
Danny Bachman is my
Okay.
brother, and his
Okay.
wife, Michelle,
Is Bachman your
my maiden
your
name.
main name? And you said Michelle?
Bachman, yes, that's his wife.
Okay. Michelle Bachman was in the
Yes.
courtroom earlier?
Yes,
Okay. And you indicated Matthew?
yes.
Matthew who?
Buhner Kemper, my son.
Okay.
My friend Trish Benke.
Okay.
Kids wise, there was Owen McNeil, Matthew Buhner Kemper Jr.
Okay, that's
Aiden.
sufficient. Okay, thank you. Now, you indicated Ms. Klein was there, left and came back.
Yeah.
What time did you get to the party that evening?
Around 7.
Okay, so you get there at 7. Was Ms. Klein there at the time?
No.
Okay. When do you recall first encountering Ms. Klein that evening?
I want to say it was probably about an hour or so later.
So sometime around 8
Around
o'clock?
8:30-ish,
8:30?
8:30-ish.
Did you have any interaction with Ms. Klein? at that time?
Very little small talk at the beginning,
Okay.
just
Did it-
because of the overall drama, just, boundaries.
So you indicated Ms. Klein is your niece, so you've known her whole life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you indicated at first there was some small talk, very small interaction. Is there a time when that changed?
She had left and then came back, and then, yeah, it changed. I want to guess that was around maybe 10:30.
Okay, so what changed at approximately 10:30? What happened?
Heather was getting ready to leave, or I'm guessing she was getting ready to leave because she asked Bobby to get up from the table. We were playing cards and go over to the little bar and have a drink. And she asked Michelle if she could talk to her.
Okay, that would be Michelle
Michelle
Bachman.
Bachman. And Michelle said, no, I'm good. And then.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, when the attorneys object, you need to stop for one moment. Your response to the objection?
We can move on, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, don't indicate, Ms. Bachman, I mean, Ms. Boone and Kemper, don't indicate what other people said too much, okay, because that would be hearsay, but but in any event, you had indicated that.
Anyways, I was there.
Okay.
So I heard it with my own ears.
Okay,
Anyways, she wanted to talk to Michelle, and Michelle, they started yelling at each other.
okay,
Then her and Bobby started yelling at each other. Bobby told her to knock it off and asked her to leave. She wasn't leaving. There was just an altercation where everybody is fighting and arguing, just arguing.
did that include you?
That included me, because then I went and basically tried to tell her to knock her crap off.
Okay,
In basically, yeah, I was yelling too. I was trying to actually stop it, but
Okay.
I was making the matter worse by engaging.
by engaging. Okay, so you
engaging.
basically got into an argument with Heather that.
Correct.
Okay, and approximately what time would this have been?
It probably around 11:30-ish. It went on for about a half an hour, I'm guessing.
Okay,
And
and you were directly engaging with Heather, the two of you?
yeah, we were arguing back and forth. She's saying this, and I'm, calling her a liar. Whatever. It's just going back and forth.
Okay, so the argument's going on. What's the next thing that happened?
My brother basically, there was somebody that said something that Bobby needed to go to the hospital. He had stomach issues. So we're all getting ready to leave. Bobby comes up and says to me,
Okay, so,
okay, but I'm asked to leave
okay,
and to come back later after he gets rid of Heather. Okay, I don't know if that's allowed to be said, but that's what was said.
okay. In any event, you're asked to leave. and
All of
then-
us.
So is the party
The
essentially
whole party
canceled?
is over.
Whole party is over prior to midnight?
Before midnight, approximately 11:30-ish.
Okay. And this is following the argument that everyone was
Following
having?
the argument downstairs.
Okay. And it's indicated to you to come back in a little bit?
Yeah, he said, yes. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you answered the question,
He's
that's fine.
basically
So-
said,
so
come
what-
back after he gets rid of her.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know how to answer it.
it's okay. So the direction is you've been asked to leave. Okay, so does everybody leave?
Everybody,
Okay, including you?
including me.
Okay, walking out the front door?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next thing that happens? So you're walking out the front door?
I walk out the front door and Bob's standing by the front door, Heather's standing there, and people are dispersing to their vehicles. And I says to Bob, I have to go and get my keys.
So were you outside?
I was outside already.
And you realized that
Yeah, I can't leave. My keys are in my coat.
okay,
You
so
know.
what did you do?
Heather started yelling, I'm not going into the house. It's her dad's house. Bob's yelling at her that I have every right to go in, and Catherine, go get the key.
I heard your objection. Thank you. Mr. Greco's gonna move on. No. I understand it's hard when you're used to talking a certain way, but you cannot repeat what someone else said. You can say I know it's weird. You can say what you said. Mr. Nolly's going to keep
can't-
jumping up anytime you say, well, Bob said, or
So-
Denise
so-
said, or Kim said,
So
or.
how, can I ask a question to you?
What?
How would I answer if somebody tells me to do something? Because why would I just go in there? Look, he didn't tell me I could.
That's Mr. Greco's trial strategy. He might call someone else who will provide the other part of the conversation. You can say the things you directly experience. You can't repeat what someone else said,
Okay, I'm
if
sorry.
that makes sense. That's I think the easiest way to explain it.
Okay, I will do my best.
I know, it's fine. And when he jumps up, I'll wave him down because I'll disregard things that I'm supposed to
Okay.
disregard.
All right, I'm sorry.
Mr. Greco.
I'm sorry.
So I think where we're at is that you remembered that you left your keys in the
I went-
house and you turned around to go back.
Right.
Okay. And you had indicated that Heather had said, she's a party in the case. So you can say what Heather said.
Okay, Heather said I'm not allowed to go into her dad's house and use other choice words, but basically I can't go and get my stuff.
Okay, so what did you do next?
I yelled at Bobby
Okay,
and started to go in to get my keys.
okay. Now, is there a front lawn? Are you on the front lawn when you realize this?
Like right in the door, like the doorway. So if the house is right here, there's Bob, Heather, and then I'm right here. Because I
Okay.
already was headed to my car before
Okay.
I realized my keys were in there.
So you turn around to go,
Into the house.
okay,
Heather tries to stop me.
okay. You can only, the
Heather
admonition is
tried-
not to indicate what people said, but you
Okay.
can indicate what people did or what they
Okay,
observed.
Heather tried to stop me from going in. Bobby tried to stop Heather from stopping me by blocking her so I could get by. As I'm walking by, she hauls off and hits me in the face.
Okay,
I scream at Bobby.
okay, hang on, let me stop you for a second. So you're walking back into the house and you indicate that Ms. Klein strikes you, correct? Now, where did she strike you?
My eye,
Okay, and how did she strike you?
her fist.
Her fist, okay. And where was your brother Bobby in relation to you and Heather?
Between us. Like he was trying to let, I'm assuming he's trying to let me get around her, but blocking her so that I can get around.
Okay, and how is it that how was she able to strike you?
Like she went around him.
Okay. And Bobby still maintained, his body was in between the two of you?
Yeah, but as that happened, he kept going toward that car, because then I screamed,
Okay.
and at that point, he told me to call the police.
Okay. Well, so then you got struck where?
Cheek,
Cheek, left cheek?
this cheek,
Say,
well, left cheek.
left cheek. Okay. What's the next thing that happened? What did you do?
I screamed at Bobby,
Okay, then what did you do?
and I went and got my key, and then we left, drove around. Well, first I yelled at Bobby, she hit me, call the cops.
Okay,
I was instructed to, but I didn't. Got in the car and we all left.
okay. And so
Came
this is,
back.
what time, that's approximately,
That's approximately 11:30. We were back there within 10 minutes. We
Okay.
were there before midnight.
okay, hang on. So this incident occurs approximately 11:30. You then got your keys?
Yes,
You then left?
yes,
You said drove around?
yes,
Then you went back to Bobby's house?
yes,
I presume you saw in the new year.
yes.
Did you suffer any injuries as a result of being struck on the left cheek?
No, just red and sore.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, your witness.
Good, and you?
Very well, thank you. Okay, so I'm just gonna pick it up where you left off. So you said that your cheek was red and sore. Did you take any photos of the injury? No? Okay, and you didn't call the police after this happened, did you?
No.
And in fact, you didn't go to the police until approximately like 2 weeks had passed?
A little over a week and a half. I'm not sure the exact date, but yeah.
Okay, so you waited a while and then you called the police. It's true that you've been trying to get your niece in trouble with the police since long before this incident, right?
No,
No, you never tried to get her?
I'm
involved
not
with the
trying to get
police?
anybody in trouble. I'm trying to make it stop.
Okay, but you've contacted, you made police reports about your niece before, right?
Yes,
How many times before this incident?
I've never actually made a report. I went to Sumter and told them what she was doing to me and the harassment, and I was instructed that there's nothing I can do because it's like hearsay. And they would not take a report. And
Okay,
they
so you
told me
went-
if I
okay,
filed,
so-
it was gonna
so
cost
if
me
you went to-
$5,000.
So your.
I'm sorry, they told you what?
If I tried to take it and pursue it, that it would cost me over $5,000.
Thank you. Only reason why I stopped you is because if there's a transcript, she can only do one voice at a time, and the two of you were talking at the same time.
Sure. Okay, so your testimony is you went to the Sumter Police Department at some point, right?
Yes, and they
Do you-
wouldn't take it.
Do you remember when it was? Approximately.
Approximately, I want to say September
Which year?
last year.
2022? Okay, so around September of 2022, you went to the Sumter Police Department and you tried to make a report against Heather.
Yes,
For what?
harassment.
Harassment. And your testimony is that you were told by the Sumter Police Department that it would cost you $5,000.
If I was to pursue it, because I also talked to a lawyer, they told me,
It's just a yes or no. You were told that it would cost you $5,000 to pursue it?
see what they, let me, just give me a second.
Ma'am, I know, it's weird. If you answer Mr. Nunley's questions, Mr. Greco's making notes, and if there's things that need to be cleared up,
Well,
he
I
will
want
do
to
it
make
on
sure that I'm
redirect.
answering it correctly, because I also talked to a lawyer.
Well, hold on.
I know,
want to make
okay.
sure that I'm not,
I know,
okay.
okay.
I would ask your honor, please instruct the witness not to question, not to make questions, factual questions to the court.
I didn't take it as a question. I know what's, I'm with you.
Yeah, it's just the second time that the back and forth, like it sounds like she's providing testimony to the court. Maybe that's just my misinterpretation. But yeah, that would be.
I understand your concern, Mr. Nunley.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so your testimony is that you were told by Sumter Police Department that it would run you about $5,000 to pursue?
No.
Okay.
I was told that I didn't have a case. I talked to a lawyer in between the police
Well, hold
and
on, we got to do this one question at a time.
Okay.
So please just do your best just to answer the questions that I asked.
Okay.
So did Sumter tell you that it would cost you $5,000 to pursue or no?
I do not believe it was Sumter Police. No. No.
Okay, so Sumter Police didn't tell you that it would cost you $5,000 to pursue?
No.
Okay. Just several minutes ago, you did testify that when you went to try to make your report, that they said they wouldn't take the report and that it would cost you $5,000. So was that inaccurate?
It is.
Okay, and
So what?
no, there's no question. Okay, so at one point you say they told you it would cost you $5,000, but now your testimony is that they didn't tell you it would cost you $5,000.
No, they did not. It was,
Okay.
it was not
All
that.
right, thank you. So is that the only time that you tried to make a police report against Heather, not counting what we're here for today?
I'm not sure if there was one in Taylor or not. I did go with.
Okay, so there may have been something in Taylor?
Yeah. And
Okay.
I'm not sure when that was.
All right, so there's been several times that you've been trying to get Ms. Klein in trouble with the law. Is that fair to say?
No, that is not fair.
Okay, so when you go to make a report with the police department, if you're not trying to get somebody in trouble with the law, what are you trying to do?
To make them stop.
Okay. You also said, you were starting to say that you contacted a lawyer at some point?
I did.
For what purpose?
To get them to take down slanderous stuff for harassment. And they're the ones that said that it would cost me $5,000.
So, okay. So it's fair to say that there's some sort of problems between you and your niece. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement to say that you guys don't like each other?
No, she does not like me. I still love her.
Okay. So let's move on to the date of this party, right? So you said that at some point there was a lot of yelling and arguing going on. Where were you in the house at that point?
The basement.
Okay. And the yelling and the arguing went on for quite a long time, didn't it?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes, and like everybody's just screaming at each other in the basement, right?
There's a audio tape, but I'm
Right.
pretty sure.
Right.
I would, that's fair.
Yeah, so I mean, the audio tape, which, you know, is in everybody's possession, like, would you just, if I told you that it's 15 minutes of people straight screaming at each other, would you have any reason to believe that that is incorrect?
No, that's correct.
So there's no need for us to listen to 15 minutes of you screaming at your niece and your niece screaming at you and everybody screaming at each other?
Well, just the last part of it where she threatens to hit me if my son wasn't standing there. That's
Okay.
the only thing
So
that
here's a
you would
question
get out
for
of
you.
it.
You're grown, right? You're a grown person.
Yes.
Right? Heather's grown. While everybody else doing the yelling down there, is everybody adults?
Yes, it was
Okay.
basically just me and Heather for the most part until the end, then her and my brother.
You were saying some pretty mean things to your niece during that exchange. Would you agree?
I was telling the
Yes
truth.
or no?
Yes, they were,
Okay.
they
and
were
she was
mean.
saying some mean things to you, right?
You could say that.
Okay, you were cussing at her too, right?
Yes, I was.
You were saying some pretty mean things about a pregnancy that she had, right?
No,
You weren't?
no, I was accused of talking about a stillborn child, which I never knew about a stillborn child.
Okay. This is a pretty dramatic situation, right?
What are you talking about? What do you say?
In the
that?
basement, would you consider it to be a dramatic situation?
It was confrontational. It's
Let me ask a
like,
different question. Would you agree with me if I said 20 minutes of full-grown adults screaming at each other in a basement is a dramatic situation? Would you agree that that's dramatic or no?
I'm not quite sure how to answer your
Okay, well, you can
question.
just say, "I don't
I'm
know."
just saying
That's fine.
that.
I'll move
there-
on. I'll ask another question. So at some point, somebody came down and asked you, said the party's over, right?
Yes,
Who was that again?
I believe it was Bobby.
And who was-
Somebody, I believe it was Bobby,
Who was Bobby again?
my brother, Heather's father.
Okay, and is Bobby the homeowner?
Yes,
Okay, and you said that at some point you worked your way outside, right?
yes.
Where was Heather standing when you were outside? Let me be a little more specific. At some point, you wanted to come back in to get something out of the house, right?
Yes,
So when you wanted to come back in, where was Heather standing?
between me, Bobby, and the house.
Between you, Bobby, and the house. Okay, so it would be
The
you.
house, Bobby, Heather, me.
Gotcha. Is Heather on the porch, on the yard? Like, where was she?
Just on this side of the porch, like close to the street, just on that side.
Okay. Now, were people drinking at this party?
Yes,
Were you drinking?
no,
You didn't drink anything?
I drink at midnight, one drink.
Okay. Were the other people in the basement that were yelling, were they drinking?
I honestly don't know. I mean, who all was drinking. I know Bobby was drinking
Okay, that's fine.
and some of the others, but I can't,
That's fine. That's okay.
I'm sure they were, but I can't say how much or anything because I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so your answer is I don't know.
Okay,
Perfectly fine.
okay.
Okay, so at some point, you're outside, you just told us where everybody's standing, you wanted to come in, and what did you want to retrieve from the house?
My keys.
Okay, and at that point, did you start walking towards the house?
Yes.
Okay, and what did Heather do when you started walking towards the house?
Started screaming that I'm not welcome to go back into her
Okay,
into her dad's house.
okay, and at some point, you said Bobby got in between you?
As I'm trying to come up, she's trying to stop me from going in.
How's she trying to stop?
Well, she's coming in. Well, as I'm going in, she's just coming at me like I'm not going to go in. I don't know how to explain it. You know, you're trying to walk in and someone's coming toward you. Bobby moved his arm like this to stop her from getting to me, and that's when it happened.
Okay, so he didn't actually get in between you, just put his arm between you guys? Is that your testimony?
Well, he did put his arm between us, but he also was like moving at the same time. He's trying to get in between us so that I can get in.
Okay. And your testimony is at that point, when he's trying to get in between you, Heather punched you in the eye? Okay, and she punched you in, or which side of your face? That side of your face? Okay. And with which hand did she punch you?
I would say her. I don't know what hand. I'm going to assume it was her left hand.
Okay.
I mean, just,
Do you know a person named Stephen Baughman?
I do.
Okay, and he was at the home that night, right?
Yes.
Okay, did you see him during this confrontation?
During that conference, I believe, no, I did not physically see him, but I believe he was in the house.
Okay, and who is he for explain for the court, who is Stephen Baughman?
He is my nephew. That's Heather's little brother.
Do you know how old he is?
19 or 20.
Did you have any sort of interaction with him during any of this time?
What do you mean interaction? Did we talk?
Talk to him or?
A little bit. I mean, it's family thing. Just, I mean, I don't know. We talk. Hello, how are you? What's going on?
Was he in the basement? Was he one of the people yelling in the basement?
He wasn't really yelling. He was more observing.
Okay, so he was in the basement at some point observing, right?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that at one point, while you were in the basement and the argument's going on, you asked several people, or you said to them, and I'm paraphrasing, so excuse me if I don't get it right, that asked them if they'd be willing to lie to get Heather in trouble if you called the police?
No,
You didn't say
never
anything?
said that.
You didn't say anything like that?
Never.
Okay. But you said Stephen Baughman was down there observing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And let me ask you this. Why did you wait a week, 2 weeks before you went to the police department?
It's my brother. I'm from a big family. That's not the way we handle things. And
You're in a court right now, aren't you?
That's
Are you
not-
sitting- no, hold on, let me ask you a
no,
question.
you asked me the
Hold on.
question. Please just let me finish my statement.
Well, I mean,
because this is a big deal.
All right, give it to me.
The thing of it is that we normally handle things on our own. He cannot protect us. It is a constant thing, a constant between my entire family that this is going on. This just happened to be the time that she hit me. But the verbal and emotional stuff, it is over the top.
Okay, that's not part of the question.
You asked me
So-
why I didn't go in. I did not want to make Bobby's life or anybody else's life any worse. And I just wanted it to
Okay.
stop.
So what changed your mind?
It's not stopping. She
Okay.
keeps doing stuff.
So between New Year's and the time that you decided to make her police report, your testimony is that she's just constantly she's
Harassing,
continuing
you're
to
right,
harass you?
harassing. She contacted my work. She's harassing.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, any
I'm sorry.
redirect?
Catherine, did Heather Klein strike you that evening on New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
I'm sorry if I did.
No, no, you're fine. You're fine. Your next witness.
Your Honor, the prosecution's next witness is Michelle Bach.
Step to your right, please, Mr. Greco. Your other right. Ms. Baughman, please come up to this podium. State your first and last name and then spell them both for the record.
Michelle Bachman, Michelle Baughman.
Ms. Bogman, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please come up here and have a seat in the black chair that's closest to me. My secretary will be recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or get closer to the microphone, okay? Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Ms. Bachman, please state your name for the record.
Michelle Bachman,
And where do you reside generally? What city?
Belleville.
Do you know a person by the name of Heather Klein?
Yes, I do.
Who is Heather Klein to you?
My niece.
Is Heather Klein in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And where is she in the courtroom today?
over there, the
Okay.
defendant.
All right, Your Honor. Let the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant, Ms. Klein.
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recall what you were doing on the New Year's Eve, 2022, December 31st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, what were you doing that evening?
Spending the evening with family at my brother-in-law's house,
Okay, your brother-in-law who?
Robert Bachman,
Okay, he goes by Bobby.
goes by Bobby,
And where is Bobby's house located?
on Jamestown Street in Romulus. I
In the
think
city
it
of
is.
Romulus. Okay. What time did you get to the party that night?
It was after 7 PM.
Okay, sometime after 7 PM. Okay, and approximately how many people were there when you got there? Just approximately is fine.
Maybe 8 people.
Okay, we've heard some testimony. It would be family and friends?
Yeah.
Is this an annual party that Bobby has?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall encountering Heather Klein there that evening?
Do I recall encountering her?
Yeah, encountering.
Yes.
her. Okay, did she come to the party? I guess is
Yes.
the non-lead lawyer, right? She came to, and what do you recall about your first encounter with Heather that evening?
She asked me to have a seat so that we could talk. And I told her that I was good and I grabbed my drink off the counter and I walked away.
Okay, so she indicated she wanted to talk with you and you rebuffed this. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. I assume there's some history here?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with respect to you and Heather?
I just stood back. She was arguing with my sister-in-law, Catherine, in the basement. And then, you know, she would make comments to me or my husband, but we really didn't do anything.
Okay.
And I left the party.
Okay. Was this leaving just by yourself or was this?
No, Bobby came down and said that the
Don't
party was
indicate what
over.
he said, but it's all right. All right, you ended up leaving the party, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and why did you leave the party?
because Bobby ended the party.
Bobby ended the party. Okay.
Yep.
Was it as a, why? Do you know why he ended the party?
Because of the argument going on in the basement.
Okay, kind of ruined the party.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So you left the building?
Yep.
The house, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Where was your car parked? Did you take your car there?
Yeah.
Okay, where was
We
it?
were in the driveway.
Okay, so you left the house, correct?
We left the house.
Okay. Do you observe other family and friends and family members leaving the house?
Yeah, we kind of all like were leaving all at the same time.
Do you recall your sister-in-law, Catherine Boonenkemper? I like saying Boonenkemper. Catherine Boonenkemper, did you observe her leaving the building?
Yes.
The house? Okay.
Yep.
What happened as you guys were leaving?
So we were outside. I was standing by my car and Catherine said that she forgot her keys. She needed to go back in and
Okay, so hang on, you're by your car. Where was Catherine?
she was in the yard.
In the yard? Okay. She had left the house and then she'd indicated she'd forgotten her keys?
Yes.
Okay, so then what happened?
So at this point in time, Bobby and Heather were on the porch. They were arguing, yelling at whatever. And Catherine said she needed her keys. Heather said, "You're not going back in my dad's house." Bobby said,
What, don't say what Bobby said. So Catherine's going toward the house?
"Yep,
Okay. Heather said, "You're not going in my dad's house?"
yep."
What's the next thing that you observed happen?
Catherine was going in the house. Heather reached around her dad and hit Catherine.
Okay. So, and where did she hit Catherine?
I'm assuming up here in the face area. I couldn't tell you if it was a closed hand, an open hand, or anything like that.
Okay. Now, where was Bobby
In between
positioned?
them.
And he was in between them. So Catherine's walking up to the house, then there's Bobby, then Heather's on the other side.
So it was Heather and Bobby face to face. Catherine come up this way and Heather reached around Bobby. Catherine was already like past them,
Okay, and struck her where?
up in here.
Okay. What happened after that?
Catherine yelled, "She hit me." Bobby told her to call the cops. Catherine ended up going in to get her keys and we all left.
Okay, did you end up going back to Bobby's house?
Yes,
You ended up going back and celebrating the new year?
yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley.
Good morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon. I stand corrected. Okay, so you are Heather's aunt also? Okay. Now, you're not very fond of your niece. Is that a fair statement?
No,
Okay, so you like your niece?
I don't like her and I don't dislike her. I had no problems with Heather until December of 22.
Okay. Now, you've filed various police reports against your niece, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, we're hoping to have her arrested for something, correct?
No, not arrested.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen if you file police reports against somebody?
That charges will be brought against her and maybe she'll get some help,
Okay, so in other words, she might get arrested.
and that's fine.
Okay, so,
If that's what
okay,
the police deem, the courts deem.
okay, and you filed one of these reports with Taylor, correct?
Yep,
Do you remember when approximately?
December 27th, maybe,
Uh,
2022.
Okay, and you filed another one with Belleville?
Yep,
I'm sorry. It's yes.
yes,
Do
Thank you.
you remember approximately when that one was?
December 27th, it was the same day.
So you filed 2 police reports against your niece on the same day?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
and
what
then-
I was advised to do.
Okay, and then this party happened on December 31st, that's correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you mentioned that, I don't know if you mentioned, let me just ask you, like, at some point, were you all in a basement hanging out?
yeah, that's where the party usually is at, is in the
Is
basement.
in the basement? Okay, and did an argument start while you were all in the basement?
Yes,
Okay, and I think you tested.
Could you try again?
Sorry. So you testified, I believe, that there was arguing between Catherine and your niece Heather in the
yes,
basement, right? In fact, they were screaming at each other pretty good, weren't they?
yes,
And this went on for a good 15 or 20 minutes?
I would say yes.
Okay, so you're all in this basement and there's 2 grown people screaming at each other at a party for 15 to 20 minutes. That's a fair summary?
Yes,
Okay. You said you were drinking at the time, right?
no, nobody asked me that, but yes,
I believe that you testified that you were drinking, but either way.
okay.
Okay, how much had you had to drink at this point when everybody was yelling at each other?
Maybe 2 glasses of wine.
Okay, and was Catherine drinking at this time?
I don't particularly know if she was drinking alcohol. She was sitting at the table, I was sitting at the bar.
Did you see her drinking alcohol during this time?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right, so at some point after 15 or 20 minutes, party gets broken up, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and then you go outside to leave.
Yes,
Okay, and you're alleging that you were standing by your car and Catherine was standing in the yard right before this alleged incident happens, right?
yes.
Okay, how far away were you parked from wherever Catherine was in the yard?
10 feet, 15 feet.
Okay, so it's pretty close. It's not like
Yeah.
you were parked down the street or anything like
No.
that. Okay. All right, and then you said at some point that Catherine wanted to go back in to get something,
Yes,
right? And you said they were still screaming at each other?
they weren't screaming at each other. Catherine made a statement that she needed to go back in the house. Heather yelled and said, I'm not going back in the, you're not allowed in my dad's house. Bobby referred to Catherine allowing her to go in his home. That's the end of that.
Okay.
That's when it happened.
So did you see Catherine like try to push past Heather to get into the house?
She walked up the steps.
She tried to push past her to get into the house. Is that correct?
She didn't push past her. She walked past her.
She
On
walked
the
past
steps.
her. Okay, well, why? I mean, you testified that Bobby got in between them at some point?
No, Bobby
Okay.
and Heather were on the porch yelling at each other.
Okay.
Catherine was in the yard. Catherine said she had to go back in the house. Catherine went up the steps. And when she got past Bobby, that's when Heather reached around
Reached around what?
Bobby to hit
Okay,
Catherine.
so, I mean, you wouldn't characterize it as Bobby getting in between them. He was just standing there in the porch?
He was standing there.
Okay. So your testimony is Catherine was just walking to get in the house. Bobby and Heather are standing there arguing. Catherine gets up past Bobby and then Heather just punches her.
Yes,
Okay, and where did she punch her again?
I said up in the face area.
Do you remember where on her face?
No,
Okay. Okay, but Bobby wasn't doing anything to try to break him up. He's just standing there and then Heather slugged her out of the blue.
well, no, there was just the thing about her telling Catherine that she was not allowed to go in her dad's house ever again.
Okay.
This is coming off of the 15-20 minute arguing, screaming from downstairs. So
Okay. Did you call the police that night?
did I know?
Okay. And you said that you guys at some point after that, like everybody left and then came back?
Yes,
Okay, how did you leave? Like, did you guys drive away? Did you walk down the street?
we drove away.
Okay, whose car were you in?
I was in mine,
Who was driving the car?
my husband.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, any redirect?
Ms. Bachman, did you observe the defendant Heather Klein strike your sister-in-law Catherine that evening?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bogman. You may step down. Your next witness, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, the prosecution calls Matthew Booning-Kemper.
All the way up to this podium for me, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
State your first and last name and then spell them both for the record, please.
Matthew Buhner-Kemper, Matthew Buhnerkemper.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Come have a seat, please, in the black chair that's closest to me. My secretary will be recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or get closer to the microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Your witness.
Mr. Buning-Kemper, please state your name for the record.
Matthew Buhner-Kemper,
And where do you reside generally? Just the city.
Romulus.
Do you recall where you were on New Year's Eve this past year, 2022?
I was at my Uncle Bobby's house.
Okay, and where's Uncle Bobby's house located?
He lives next to the airport. I think he also lives in Romulus.
Okay, you think the address is in Romulus? That's fine. Okay. What time did you get to the party that night?
Probably around 9:30 to 10:30, somewhere in that time frame.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Heather Klein?
I am.
And who is Heather Klein to you?
She's my cousin.
And do you recall seeing Heather Klein at the party that night?
I do.
At some point in time prior to midnight, do you recall the party getting canceled?
I do.
Okay, canceled by your Uncle Bobby?
Yes.
Do you remember like what led to the cancellation as far as your observations?
So what led to that was Heather said something, I believe that Heather said something to my Aunt Michelle, and they started arguing. And it led to her and my mom arguing. And then there was something that happened with Trish too. They started arguing.
Who's Trish?
She is my mom's roommate.
Okay, Trish Banky?
If
You don't
that's
know.
how you say her
That's fine.
last name, it starts with a B, I think.
In any event, based upon your testimony, it sounds like there was a argument.
Bunch of arguing going on.
Okay.
And my Uncle Bobby, he walked upstairs. I think he has heart issues.
Okay.
And he was like, I'm done with this. But then when we were leaving, he said, all right, everybody go, come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So did everyone start to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mom, Catherine, start to leave?
Yes.
You recall her leaving the house?
I do.
Okay. Where were you when your mom left the house after Uncle Bobby kind of canceled the party?
When my mom walked outside, I was in the living room with my kids.
Okay. How old are your kids?
I have a step kid. He's like 11. I was with Aiden was in the kitchen, and my kid he just turned 8.
Okay. So you're in the living room. Is that in the front of the house?
Yes.
Is that near the front door?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw your mom walk out the front door?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see, you have an Aunt Michelle?
I do have
Aunt Michelle Bachman, she's outside of the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see her leaving the party that night?
Yes.
Okay. So Aunt Michelle and Mom Catherine, they walk out of the house. You're still in the house?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing you observe, if anything, regarding your mother?
So after they walk outside, Bobby is on the porch, and my mom forgets her keys or her coat. She forgot something that she left in the house. And then, because we were all leaving, right? So she had to go back in the house, and then Heather said, you're not allowed to go in my dad's house. And then my mom looked at Uncle Bobby, and then Bobby said to my mom, Catherine, go get your stuff.
Then what happened?
And then she started walking in, and Heather reached around my Uncle Bobby and hit her.
Okay. So, and where were you at the time?
In the living room.
Okay. How were you able to see outside?
You could see through the doorway. It was open.
Okay. Did you have a clear view of your mom and Heather and Uncle Bobby?
Yes.
And you indicated she hit her, but did you have a clear view of Heather hitting your mother?
Yes.
Okay. Where did she strike your mother?
In the head, face.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nunley.
I just have a few questions for you.
Yes.
So what time did you get to the party? Do you remember?
Probably around 9:30 to 10:30, somewhere in that time frame.
Okay. And were you hanging out in the basement with everybody else?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a big 15, 20-minute long screaming battle going on in the basement, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you participating in that or just observing?
Mostly observing.
Mostly observing. Okay. Then you said, Bobby says at some point everybody leaves and everybody goes upstairs to skedaddle.
Yes.
Okay. And you were standing in the living room. If you could do your best to just describe like what the living room looks like, where the door is and where you were.
Okay, so as soon as you walk into I'm gonna act like I'm outside the house, okay? I open the front door, I walk in, you're in the living room. There's a closet right here, and then you take 5 steps forward, there's a hallway to your left. And right past that would be to the kitchen. So you could see outside from the kitchen, but like you have to be standing in the doorway to the kitchen. And to the right of that is the living room. Where I was standing would be like, if you walked out of the kitchen and took maybe 3 steps and then a half a step to the right, that's where I was.
Okay, so if you were, I mean, if you could describe me where you're standing, if you were walking through the front door, I think that's a little easier for me to visualize.
2 steps forward and a half a step to the right.
2 steps forward, half a step to the right.
Yes.
Okay, and then, you know, you alleged that you saw this incident of Heather striking your mom.
Yes.
Where were they standing when this happened?
Front porch.
On the front porch?
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony is from where you were standing in the living room, you could see the 1 step over and then out the door onto the front porch.
Yes.
Okay, and so if you're looking out the door, I'm assuming that somebody's backwards to you. Somebody was standing on the porch facing the yard, is that correct?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So, so where was Heather standing?
So if I'm looking at the door like this, she was on this side. Then there was Uncle Bobby in the middle, and then there's Mama.
Were they on the porch or on in the yard?
I think when it started, Heather might have been on in the grass. But I don't exactly remember. I remember her being close to Uncle Bobby, though, so I'm gonna say patio.
Where was your Uncle Bobby?
On patio.
Okay. So are we talking like a front door?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a porch, it's a patio?
Yeah.
Are there steps to get up to it, or is it just flat ground?
There's a step.
There's a step, okay. Okay, so you said that Heather started on the grass? And
I
then,
believe that's where she was yelling at, and then she got closer.
then she got closer to the door?
Yes.
Okay, did you see your mom kind of barge into her, like to get past the house? Or get past into the house?
No.
Okay, and okay, you were standing there the whole time? And you had a clear view of everything that was going on?
You have to say the words, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Greco?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Who were the other people that were in the living room, if anyone, besides you said you, your kids?
Aiden was in there and my kid was in there.
Okay.
In the kitchen, I think Trish was in the kitchen. I don't know who else was in there.
Is there anybody else in the vicinity of the house that you saw that could have witnessed this incident? Other than the ones you indicated?
My Aunt Michelle, I don't remember if she was in the kitchen or if she was already outside when all this was going down because they were leaving. And my mom had to come back in. While this was going down, I was trying to get the kids ready to walk out the door and was yelling and stuff, so, you know, don't go out yet. For the
Got
kids.
it. Okay, thank you. I have no further.
Redirect?
Yes, sir.
Do you know somebody named Stephen Bachman?
I do.
Oh, was he there at the time too?
He was.
Okay, where was he?
I remember he's like, he's probably in the kitchen. I don't believe he would be outside because he wouldn't been leaving.
If you don't remember, that's fine. You just say.
No, I don't remember, but probably in the kitchen. Fighting's going on. Everybody should be upstairs. Nobody's gonna be.
Well, I don't want you to assume anything. Either you know or you don't.
I
know.
don't.
Okay, that's fine. And you said that at this time you're getting the kids ready to take off?
Yes.
It's winter, right?
Yeah.
So what are you getting, like their coats and boots on or something?
Yes.
Okay, so while you're getting, wait, your kids, one just turned 8?
Yes.
Okay, so he or she was 7 at the time?
Yes.
Okay, and how old is the other one?
He's 14 right now.
Okay,
And the
so
other
he's-
one he was probably 11 at the time.
Okay, so your testimony is while you're attempting to get a 7-year-old, a 10 or 11-year-old ready, get their coats and their boots on, you were also able to pay attention and witness all of this ruckus that's going on outside.
100%.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Greco, anything else?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Thank you. Sir, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you, sir. Your next witness.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the prosecution rests. No further witnesses.
Mr. Nunley.
Yeah, I would like to call Stephen Bachman.
Thank you. Mr. Bogman, come all the way up to this podium for me, please. State your first and last name and then spell them both.
Stephen Bachman, Steven Baughman.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Come have a seat, please, in the black chair that's closest to me. My secretary will be taking down your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nunley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bogman. Do you know an individual named Heather Klein?
I do.
How do you know Ms. Klein?
Heather Klein is my sister.
Okay. And how old are you, Mr. Bogman?
I am 19 years old.
19. How old were you on December 31st of 2022?
I was still 19.
Still 19? Okay, were you at a New Year's Eve party on December 31st?
Yes.
Where was that party at?
It was in my house, at my house.
Okay, so who's the owner of the house?
My father, Robert Bachman.
Okay, and you live at that house?
Yes.
And you lived there at the time of the party, right?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to talk about the party, okay? So you have a clear memory of the party?
Of the incidents that took place, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to cut to the chase. There was some yelling going on in the basement at some point.
Yes.
Did you witness any of it?
I witnessed the end of it, the last maybe minute of the arguing in the basement.
Tell us how you got down there.
So I was, if I could start at the beginning, I was kind of just away from the party upstairs. I wasn't necessarily feeling well, so I went upstairs to my room. I heard some arguing. Within a couple minutes, I picked up that it was Heather and Catherine. I could tell by their voices. You know, I was gonna let someone else deal with it. Hopefully it would blow over. After a couple more minutes, it did not. And I only went downstairs because I heard Catherine start saying some really vulgar things, such as making fun of Heather's stillborn child and other just degrading comments.
Okay, so you walked down in the basement.
And by the time I was walking down to the basement, the arguing was a little bit stopped, and there was everyone kind of circled up in one area and Heather and Trish in another area. By the time I made it to the basement, Heather was telling me that Trish hit her. Did anyone see that? Then Catherine up and jumped up and was saying, we'll say that you hit her first. And she was going down the line like, you seen her hit her first, right? You seen her hit her first, right? Everyone was kind of shaking their heads, so.
Okay, so your testimony is that you saw Catherine, or you heard Catherine. What did you hear her say again?
So my sister had asked me if I had seen anything because she said that Trish had hit her.
Mhm.
I did not see any of that. And then Catherine was still kind of in the conversation and said, we'll tell everyone, we'll tell the cops that you hit her first, won't you? Won't we? Won't we? And it was turning to other people in the basement like, you'll say that, right? You'll say that, right? Going down the line.
How many people were in the basement at this time?
At that time, I would like to say roughly 11.
Was Michelle Bachman in the basement?
At that time, yes.
Okay, was Michelle one of the people that Catherine asked if she would say that you saw her hit her first?
I cannot say for sure. I would like to say maybe, but
If you don't know, that's fine.
I do
Say
not
don't
know.
Okay, so what happened next?
What happened next is my father tried to end the party, tell everyone like party's over, let's get out. Everyone was making their way upstairs. I'm not sure where Heather Klein went first. I know she was kind of just not there for a little bit, and then another altercation happened at the doorway. while the people were
Well,
on
where
their
did
way
you
out.
go? So it's true, your dad tried to break up the party, right? He said, everybody go?
Yeah.
Okay, where did you go after he said that?
I kind of just stayed with my dad for the first couple minutes to let people gather their belongings, gather their things, and start heading on out. 'Cause
Where at in the house is that?
this was around, we have our upstairs goes right into our kitchen. So I was kind of just staying out in the kitchen area and back porch with my father, letting people come upstairs, grab their belongings and whatever they were grabbing to head on out.
Okay, at some point, did you see Catherine leave?
I did see Catherine walk out of the door at one point, and
Okay.
then that's when another altercation was getting ready to start.
Tell us about that altercation.
Catherine was already out of the house at this time. I was in the doorway, roughly 3.5 feet from the front door. Catherine wanted to come back in for what I believe was a food tray and her coat. And my sister Heather did not want her to come back into her dad's house.
Okay.
So she was standing in the doorway. She I only recall her saying that she doesn't want Catherine back in the house.
Okay, let me stop you. So Heather was standing in the doorway?
At this time, when Catherine was,
Well, at this time, when Catherine said she had to come back in to get something, she was outside, and you're saying that Heather was standing in the doorway?
yes,
Inside the house or outside the house?
one step outside the house.
Was the door open or closed?
The door was open.
Okay, and is there a main door and a screen door?
Yes, they were both open.
Both were open. Okay, so she's standing in the doorway, then what happens?
Catherine was just saying that she still needed to grab her belongings, and that's when she took the authority to walk forward towards Heather, kind of seemingly charged towards her to, it's not Heather's house, of course, so Catherine was just thinking, probably, I'm gonna grab my stuff, I still need to, so I don't mean this in any way, they're a little bit bigger women, so for them to both be on that deck and in that doorway at the same time was not the best idea. They would not fit, and there's also, all that going on. I don't even think it was a good idea for them to get that close to one another at that time.
So what do you mean? You said Catherine came like charging at her. What do you mean?
It was just kind of, it might not have been a charge because she's a little bit heavier. It was just kind of maybe a little anger in her face while walking towards the door. Heather did not move, and it appeared that Catherine did a little shoulder shrug maybe to get by, like a little budge.
Did she make contact with Heather with her shoulder?
Yes.
Okay, and what did Heather do after this?
After that, they were kind of interlocks for 2-3 seconds, and then she had ran, kind of gotten out of that situation towards the front. Our sidewalk hooks left, but she just went straight into the grass.
Heather, okay, so Heather left the house and went to the grass?
Yes.
Okay, did you witness the entire confrontation there in the doorway?
In the doorway, yes.
You didn't leave at any point?
No, I was directly behind the doorway the whole time.
Okay, and you had a clear view of what was going on between Heather and Catherine?
Yes.
How far away from them do you think you were?
Closer than how me and you are right now.
So less than 10 feet?
Roughly 6 feet, I would imagine.
Okay, so approximately 6 feet. Okay. At any point, did you see your sister throw a punch at Catherine?
No.
Okay. You know somebody named Matthew Bunner Kemper?
Yes, he is my cousin.
Okay. Was your cousin there at that time?
If he was not inside the house. He was outside of the house in an area where if he was there, I could not see him, but off the top of my head, no.
Do you know his children? I think he has like a 7-year-old, 11-year-old.
I know his son, yes.
Okay. Were they anywhere around?
At the time of this incident, no. In the basement, yes.
I'm talking about the time of this incident.
No.
I assume let me just ask you, do you know where they were?
To my knowledge, they were already out of the house at this time. I would have liked to say they were walking towards their car or already in their vehicle at this time.
Okay, and you were standing kind of in the doorway. Where is the living room in relationship to where you were standing?
The living room, I was standing directly right here. Here's our doorway, and our living room is right here. Directly to the left if you're in the house. If you're outside the house, it's directly on your right.
Where you were standing, did you have a clear view of the living room?
Yes.
Was there anybody standing in the living room?
No.
Okay, so if there was testimony provided that Matthew was standing in the living room looking out when this alleged incident took place, would you dispute that?
Yes.
Okay. And Did you see Catherine throw any punches or towards your sister?
No.
Did you see her throw any elbows?
The only thing that I seen was the like initial like shoulder bump, the initial charge.
And that was Catherine doing the shoulder bump to your sister, to Heather, right?
Yes.
You didn't see Heather throw a punch?
No.
You didn't see her throw an elbow?
Nope.
Did you see her push her?
I did not. No.
Did you see her take any sort of react in any way after she was shoulder bumped?
It was, to me, it felt like 3 seconds after and they were already separated. So I did not.
Was somebody trying to separate them?
No.
Okay. All right. You've known your sister a long time, right?
Yes.
Your whole life, is that fair to say?
Yeah, both of them, yes.
Okay. So you love your sister, right?
I love both my sister and my aunt.
And you probably don't want to see your sister Heather get in trouble, right?
Nope.
Do you love your sister enough to come in here, raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth and then lie to keep your sister out of trouble?
No.
Is everything that you told us today the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, your witness.
Mr. Bachman, you indicated that on that evening, you walked downstairs while the people were arguing, correct?
Yes.
And you had testified that your Aunt Catherine was asking people if they would lie to the police about an incident that happened there, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness the incident, correct?
I did not.
Okay, so if something happened, you didn't see it.
The downstairs incident, yes, I did not catch that, if
Okay.
anything did happen.
Do you know that there's a recording of the argument downstairs?
I do not.
Did you hear your Aunt Catherine say and ask people to lie to the police? Is that your testimony today?
Yes.
So if there's a recording of the argument and none of that is on there, what would your explanation for that be?
The cameras weren't on at that time. The audio wasn't, I caught the very end of it. It could have been something before or right after they started to record, but that was right at the end of the downstairs incident. I remember that part extremely vividly. It was almost like a memory you can have in color.
You don't remember your cousin Matthew up in the living room with his kids?
No, the living room was directly to my left. There was a couple people in the kitchen and living room area, one or two, maybe Matt was there, but no one was in the living room at that time.
Have you ever made a police report with regard to your sister?
I have not.
And where was your father at the time of the incident in front of the house when everyone was leaving?
He was in the doorway as well. Like where the doorway is, there's a little break where the shoes are. That's where he was standing, trying to tell people to leave when this incident occurred.
So you're in the doorway, he's in the doorway, Heather's in the doorway?
Heather and Catherine, their altercation happened in the doorway in front of the house. I was in the doorway from the inside of the house. And then there's a little section directly to the right of the doorway from where I was standing, where my dad was. It's like a little closeted area. It's a little big gap for like shoes and coats that we have.
Do you recall hearing why Catherine was coming back into the house?
I believe she was asking for her coat and food tray. It was
father indicate that she could come in?
I do not know.
Did somebody tell her that she couldn't come in?
Heather said that she did not want her back in her dad's house.
Okay. And what did your dad say?
Objection.
Well, did you hear anybody else say anything?
No. Right before that incident, my dad told me to grab his keys. That's the only thing I heard from my dad. He was just, I would say, through with it all. He did not want to leave much comments. He did not want to talk. He was just very stressed and upset that such an incident,
That there was an argument going on.
yeah, specifically at his house, at his New Year's party. So
Did you leave the party?
I did not leave the party. I lived there.
Did your Aunt Catherine come back later that night?
Yes,
Your father welcomed her back in the house?
yes, he welcomed everyone back.
Did your sister come back when everyone else was there?
When everyone else was there, she came back later on at the very, very tail end. Yes,
Did she come into the house before everyone left?
I don't recall.
What, why did your father cancel the party only to have everyone come back? I'll withdraw it.
Thank you.
Could you repeat that question?
There's not a question for you to answer.
Oh, it's
Mr.
not a
Greco's
question
going to
for
ask
you
you a
to
different question.
I apologize.
You're fine.
How long after the incident at the door where Catherine wanted to get in to get her keys or a jacket, did they leave and then come back? What was the time frame?
I would say within 30 to 40 minutes, the majority of people were returning.
When everyone returned to the party, what did you do?
I was very much not involved in the party. I was not feeling well. I believe I stayed upstairs and just made a couple appearances downstairs and let them do their thing.
Do you recall seeing your cousin Matthew leaving the party?
At the initial, after the initial time my dad told people to leave, or at the end?
The initial time.
Yes.
When did you see him leave vis-a-vis like this incident in the doorway?
To my knowledge, I thought he had already walked out. So, but I seen everyone walk out to my knowledge.
Okay, fair enough. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Mr. Nunley?
No redirect.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Is he likely to be recalled for any reason? Is he, Mr. Greco, are you okay with him staying in the courtroom?
You can stand. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. It's time we call Heather Klein to stand.
Ms. Klein? May I have you stop at the podium, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Come have a seat in the black chair that's closest to me, please. Mary Ann's recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or get closer to the microphone, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Klein. Are you familiar with an individual named Catherine?
Yes.
What's her last name?
Bunikepper.
Okay. I didn't want to butcher it, so I made you butcher it. Okay, and who is this person to you?
My dad's sister,
So your aunt?
if you want to call her that,
Okay, so how long have you known her?
my entire life.
Okay, and how has the relationship in the last year or so been with your aunt?
Not good
Tell
because
us why it hasn't been good.
she blames me for a video that was posted of her robbing her mother on her deathbed, and I did not post that.
Okay. Okay, so she was mad at you for allegedly posting some sort of video? Is that the only problem you guys have ever had?
I have a whole thing of evidence of her doing a lot of things to me that I brought with me just in case.
Well, we're not gonna get into that. We're just here to talk
So
about.
just a lot, too much. I don't even know what you want me to say.
Okay. Now, are you aware that she's filed the various, or to your knowledge, has she filed any police reports?
Yes, falsely.
Besides the one that we're here for today?
Yes.
Okay, how many instances that you're aware of?
Probably like 4 or 5.
Okay, and have you ever been charged with anything?
No.
As a result of these?
No.
Do you have any idea what the nature of these police reports were?
She keeps trying to get harassment, accusing me of being somebody that I'm not on Facebook.
Okay.
That's all I know. And then the video that was posted, she thought was me, so she tried to get harassment.
Okay. You also have an aunt named Michelle Bachman,
Yes.
is that correct? Do you have problems with that aunt too, or do you guys get along?
I did not know I had problems with my Aunt Michelle until she started helping Catherine destroy my property and stuff.
Destroy your property?
A lot of coincidences kept happening when I was around them.
Has Michelle Bachman ever filed police reports against
Yes.
you, to your knowledge?
Michelle was in the video with Catherine robbing her mother, so she has also been out to get me.
Do you know approximately how many police reports she's filed against you?
I think Michelle, 3, 2 in Belleville, 1 in Taylor, to my knowledge.
Have you ever been charged with any crime as a result of these reports?
No, but I just found out that Belleville submitted Michelle's harassment yesterday. I just found that out yesterday that like I got a court date for it now.
Do you know when the alleged, or I guess, I don't know how much you know about it. Is it from something recent or is it from some old allegation?
Old.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to New Year's Eve of 2022.
Okay.
Where were you on New Year's Eve?
I was at home when my dad called me telling me that Catherine and Michelle wanted me to come there to talk to quote unquote squash the issues that we've had.
Okay, so did you go over
Yes.
to your dad's house? You remember approximately what time you got there?
I want to say around like 8:30, 9.
In the evening?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do when you got there?
I sat down at a table and the small talk that Catherine was talking about was her asking me rude questions that were not sincere, like if my mom's a drug addict still, if I'm still suicidal, if like things like that, just not
Okay.
caring, like the way she was saying it.
Okay, so you were having some small talk with Kat.
Mm-hmm.
What happened after that?
I'm breastfeeding my baby, so I didn't have a lot of time. So I went to Michelle because she's the one that originally wanted to sit down and talk with me.
That's your aunt, right?
Yep,
And
my Aunt
she's-
Michelle.
She's the one who testified earlier.
Correct.
Okay.
So I went up to her and I said, "Hey, Michelle, can we talk?" And she said something smart, grabbed her stuff and walked away. I did react out of character. I said, "So you're really not going to apologize to me? Do you want me to say the bad word? Do you want me to spell it? I don't
No, you
want to
can-
disrespect you."
You said some bad words.
I said a bad word.
Okay.
And I went to leave. When I went to leave, Catherine's son, Catherine's roommate Trish, and Michelle's husband all surrounded me in front of the door and started screaming.
Which door are you talking about? Are
The
you-
basement door.
Okay, so you're in the basement. You go to leave and you say these people surround you.
And everybody starts screaming.
And who's screaming at who, or is everybody screaming at everybody?
Everybody's screaming. It originally started Catherine running up screaming at me, telling me I'm not gonna talk to Michelle like that, this and that. I tell her to get the F out of my face, and it just keeps going. We're all screaming.
Okay. To your best recollection, how long was everybody down there screaming at each other?
I have no idea. Maybe like 30 minutes, honestly.
A long time.
Mm-hmm.
Too long for grown folks to be in a basement yelling at each other.
Yeah, and Michelle was
No offense.
recording the entire thing.
Okay, so while you're in the basement, was there ever a physical confrontation?
Yes.
What happened?
Me and Catherine were nose to nose screaming. And then her and her roommate were going back and forth in my face.
Who was her roommate?
Oh, sorry, Trish.
Okay, so you and this person, Trish.
And this is the first time I had met Trish, by the way.
Okay.
So I didn't even know she didn't like me. So Trish is in my face yelling, and then Catherine's in my face yelling, and they're going back and forth. Trish gets in my face and she pushes me. And I said something along the lines of like, "Ooh, look who broke first. I'm calling the cops." When I said that, Catherine said, she said that she was friends with a judge here and the prosecutor and that she'll do what she wants with me. And she literally went down the line to even the children, asked the children, "You saw Heather attack me and Trish, right? You saw," and she went down the line and everybody said, "Yeah." At that time.
So what happened then?
We started arguing again. and Trish went like this and hit me in my eye, and I brought the pictures of my swollen eye.
Well, I mean, just tell us what happened. You got hit in the eye. Did you
Mhm.
receive an injury because of the
Yep.
hit to your eye? What sort of injury did you get?
My eye was swollen.
Okay. All right,
A
so
little bit
she hit
bruised.
you in the eye. What did you do after you got hit in the eye?
I said I was calling the cops again, and at this time, my brother Steven came down the stairs. And Catherine said it again. I was like, Steven, call the cops. You know, she hit me, and Catherine's like, no, remember? You attacked me and Trish, and then did the thing again, like, remember you
Okay.
saw it. And I said, good thing Michelle's recording, and Michelle said, what recording?
Okay, so what happens then? At some point, your dad. wants to
Yep,
get
then
you
my
outside.
dad comes downstairs, says party's over, everybody leave. I purposely stayed down there for 10 minutes so everybody could leave, so I didn't have to have any more confrontation.
Okay.
So like 10 minutes later, I went upstairs and I went straight to the bathroom. Nobody was in the house besides Steven and my dad. I went to the bathroom to look at my face. Was in there for maybe 30 seconds. And then I went to the door and I was putting my shoes on. As I was putting my shoes on, I saw Catherine walking up the yard, and she said something about she was getting her leftover pizza and Coke or something. And I said something along the lines of, get your own food. You're not welcome back in this home. When I said that, she just ran at me and she had me pinned against the door, and was elbowing me in my stomach, knowing that I had just given birth. I was still bleeding from giving birth, that when she elbowed me in my stomach, I was gushing blood.
Okay, what's your dad's name, Bobby?
Mhm.
Where was your dad at this time?
Mm,
If you remember.
So I feel like my dad came running through because he was in the kitchen. Steven was the only one there because Steven was holding my keys and stuff while I was putting my shoes on. And I feel like after Catherine ran at me and we were like connecting the door is when my dad came to and then I just kind of weaseled my way out and ran to my car.
Okay. So I guess let's take it just a little slower. So at some point, you're trying to get your stuff together so that you can leave.
Yeah, I was getting my shoes on.
And you're in the doorway. Are you in the house or out of the house?
I was in the house.
Okay.
Like I was basically, so the screen door was open and it had that thing on to where it was like stayed open.
Yeah.
So I was basically like on that line, to be technical.
Okay. All right. And then you heard Catherine say something about coming into the house.
Mhm.
And what did you
I'm
say?
sorry, Ms. Klein, you have to say whatever the word is out loud. You said, mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Those don't
Yes,
get recorded.
sorry.
So no mm-hms or mm-ms. Okay, so you heard her say something about coming into the house, and what did you say in response?
I said, go buy your own food. You're not welcome in my dad's house anymore.
All right, and then I think you testified that she charged at you?
Mhm.
What do you mean by that? I mean, did she full blown start running at you? Like,
She ran up the porch and ran at me to where I was pinned. My whole bottom was bruised from being up against the like brick thing.
okay, so you're saying that she got you pinned and she's holding you there?
Yeah, and then she elbowed me in my stomach multiple times.
At some point?
Apparently nobody saw that. I think it just looked like a tussle, but my stomach was hit so hard that I gushed blood because I
Okay.
was still bleeding from just giving birth.
Okay, at any point, did you take a swing at her?
No, I would never do that to anybody of her age.
Okay. Were you like trying to get away? Were you like, you
I
said
just-
tussling, I mean, were you trying to push away or get out?
No, I was trying to weasel my way out. I purposely had my hands like away from her because I didn't want her, because I already knew she was trying to lie at me. So I didn't want her to be able to say anything like that.
Okay, so at this point, were you aware that she had tried to make police reports about you before?
Yes, and that's why I went over there because I wanted, she also made false CPS reports on me. And so that's why I that's why I went there, because they wanted to talk to me. I thought it was finally gonna end. And I could stop living in fear.
Okay, so you were aware that she had made some false reports about you. You were aware that your other aunt, Michelle, had made some police reports about you also at this time? Okay, so is it a fair statement to say that you were maybe, well, you tell me, I mean, were you worried that they were going to, that if you fought back, that they would end up calling the police on you?
I'm sorry, Ms. Klein, you have to
Oh,
say
I'm
the
sorry,
word
I'm
out
so
loud.
sorry.
I know,
I'm
it's
sorry.
fine. You're fine.
Yes.
All right.
I knew what would happen. I actually, if I can add this, I know it was a setup from the beginning, now that I know what I know.
Okay.
Why would they lie to my dad and say they wanted to talk to me, but not want to talk to me? Now, and they were using, I just had a baby, my hormones, I was living on 1 hour of sleep at a time. So I think they were trying to use that to get me to do something, and it didn't work.
Okay, and you said somebody was recording?
Michelle recorded the whole thing, not audio. She recorded a video.
Okay, so was she recording while you guys were in the basement or when you were outside?
Both. Like, she did not stop. So and the fact that she has the audio now, nobody records an audio these days, by the way. I know that she probably like used somebody else's phone to just record the audio of what she wanted on that thing, because there was a video and my parents both tried to get it.
Okay, so am I correct in stating that you witnessed her with like a phone or something?
Yeah.
Like during an argument, holding
The
it up
entire
or something?
time.
Okay. Okay. So what happened after you were able to weasel, as you put it, weasel your way?
I ran to my car, and I only live like a mile away from my dad. So I went home in complete distress, and I had to change my clothes because I was bleeding so much. I was trying to call my dad, and I didn't know that everybody went back to my dad's house, by the way. So my dad wasn't answering, and I went back to check on my dad and to apologize for what had happened. I seen everybody was still there. I talked a little bit of crap because I was upset, and I don't talk to my dad anymore because of this. I can't believe that he let her back in his house after she wanted me to, she was literally begging me to get postpartum so bad that she wanted me to go home and kill my baby. That's how sick she was trying to get me to hit her.
Okay. Have you ever made police reports against Catherine?
I did one time when she hacked my Snapchat and posted my nudes, and it never went through, which is weird because I even have, like, when you log into Snapchat from a different device, it emails you the IP address and everything. And I even brought that with me today, and I filed a report on that and nothing came of it.
What about your other aunt?
No.
Let me finish the question. Your Aunt Catherine, have you ever filed a police report against her?
Oh, I thought that's who you were talking about.
See, that's why you let me finish the question.
Sorry.
So your Aunt Catherine, have you ever filed, or, I'm sorry, I said that wrong, not Catherine, your Aunt Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle, no, never.
Okay, so you never filed a report against her. Okay, and at some point, the police got a hold of you regarding this evening, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, at some point, the police got a hold of you regarding what happened at the New Year's Eve
No,
party, right?
no, I got a court date in the mail, and the only name on it was a prosecutor. So I actually called that number, because I'm like, I had no idea what was going on. I figured it was a harassment, but I was like, they were trying to do that in Belleville. So when I got the assault charges, I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
And I didn't know who was lying. Like, I didn't even know who the assault charges were on, because who was lying on me? They were all willing to,
All right, so just a couple more questions. When the tussle was happening in the doorway with you and your Aunt Catherine, do you know, if you know, I don't know if you do you know where was Michelle at this time?
So I know Michelle was in her car because when I was running to my car, Michelle got out of her passenger seat. Okay, so I was parked here in the road and Michelle was parked up here, and we were both about 2 doors down. Michelle got out of her car to start yelling at me right before I left and essentially threw something at my vehicle.
Okay, so, all right, so Michelle was in her car. Do you happen to know where the other gentleman, Matthew, that testified, where he was?
I didn't even see him at all. I assumed he had already left.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Greco.
Good afternoon, Ms. Klein. Your testimony tonight, or today, sounds like basically you were the one who was assaulted by your Aunt Catherine on New Year's Eve, correct?
Correct.
This happened in front of your brother?
He saw her run at me, but he says he did not see her elbow me in my stomach.
Okay, but this happened in front of your brother. You heard him testify,
Correct.
right? He indicated that he was about 3 feet away, correct?
Correct.
So he was there, right?
Correct.
Your father, where was he?
I think my dad was in the kitchen when it started, when she first ran at
Mhm.
me and we got pinned, and then he ran up to, but I had already weaseled my way out by the time he had gotten to us.
Okay, and you had a visibly injured eye at that
Yes.
point, correct? How badly was it hurt?
I can show you the pictures. It was,
No,
it was
describe
swollen.
it.
It was swollen.
It was swollen,
And
okay,
like 3 days later, it was bruised.
okay. And you were gushing blood from below because you had just
Mhm.
given birth?
Mhm.
Enough where you had to change clothes, right?
Well, because it was like that, I just barely, I was almost done bleeding, so I wasn't wearing nothing. So yeah.
Okay. And the fact that you were assaulted in front of your brother and your father, okay? They just let you go with an injured eye and bleeding?
Catherine manipulated my dad because Catherine did start,
Wait, you're saying Catherine manipulated your dad at that moment
yes.
after you got beat up? How did she
I don't-
manipulate your dad?
So my dad wasn't in the basement when my eye got hurt by Trish.
No, no,
Catherine
no.
didn't do my eye.
No, I want to know how Catherine manipulated your dad when he broke up the fight between the two of you. You indicated he was there.
When she hit me in my stomach, I made a sound and she started yelling, she hit me, even though she wasn't hit. And so my dad, for a moment, did think that I probably hit her because she was yelling it.
So that evening, your dad, your testimony is that he thought that you would hit your Aunt Catherine, correct?
I don't know what he thinks. I actually have not talked, I don't talk to my dad anymore.
Well, how did she manipulate your father that night?
I'm saying that I think she manipulated everybody.
Ms. Klein, stop for one moment, please.
Your objection, please stop.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it.
You're okay.
Ask and answer.
Your response.
Your Honor, I haven't gotten a clear answer as to how she was how.
I just told you because she was
Ma'am,
screaming, she was
ma'am,
hit.
Ms. Klein. What happens is when they say objection, response, and then I rule. And I'll turn back to you and say either answer or don't answer.
So, Your Honor, I've asked a similar question and I've gotten 2 different responses and I've asked it again because I want to know if I'm going to get a similar response or a different response.
I believe that brother counsel just hasn't gotten the answer that he likes. So he keeps asking the exact same question. My client has answered the question. There's no need to, you can't ask it again and expect it.
Mr. Greco, the objection is sustained. Let's move on.
So after you were assaulted by your Aunt Catherine, after your father got there, and with your brother present, they let you go with a visibly injured eye and bleeding from, we'll call it your private area, correct?
They probably did not notice any of that. I didn't even notice my eye until the next day.
And then the witnessing the assault, it appears that your father let Aunt Catherine and the others come back to the house?
I assume so, which is why I do not talk to my father anymore.
Did you go to the hospital that night?
Nope.
Did you make a police report that night?
No, I couldn't because she says that she has ties with the courts and they won't take anything. So I was scared.
As Catherine was coming back into the house that night, you had indicated to her she wasn't welcome in your father's house, correct?
Correct.
You didn't live there, correct?
Correct. She could have waited for me to leave.
And your father is the one who originally invited her to the house, correct?
I have no idea.
Well, she was at the house before you got there that
So I
night.
would assume so. Why would you ask me that?
And then she apparently was at your father's house after this incident, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, any redirect?
Whenever when you first came up, the judge had you stand here and raise your hand, you swore to tell the truth.
Mhm.
Is everything that you testified to today, to the best of your recollection, the truth?
Absolutely.
Have you said anything to try to mislead the court?
No.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Klein, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony. Your next witness.
We have no further witnesses.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
I'm sorry, one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Closing, please.
Yes. Your Honor, very briefly, I think the testimony has been very clear. This was a New Year's Eve party involving family members. The testimony from the victim, Ms. Buening-Kemper, her sister-in-law, Ms. Bachman, both aunts of the defendant, Heather Klein, including the son, have all testified very clearly about the defendant striking Ms. Buening-Kemper in the front of the house as they were leaving or coming back in for this unfortunate night this evening where there was a fight. The defense has put up a defense indicating that she did not strike the victim, but rather was attacked. But it doesn't make any sense in the totality of the circumstances of the evening. Not only do the injuries that she's alleging, the defendant alleges that she sustained, not make sense given her actions or the actions of the individuals there, but it doesn't seem to make sense that her own father, who was breaking up the party, invited clearly, or at least allowed, based upon the testimony, his two sisters and sister-in-law to come back to the house after allegedly beating up Ms. Klein right in front of them at the party. I think the testimony is clear. I think the witnesses are credible for the prosecution. I think a lot of the story from the defendant doesn't make any sense whatsoever given the circumstances in this case. It doesn't make any sense that the victim in this case would beat up Ms. Klein in front of her father and then be invited back to the house. What does make sense is that Ms. Klein was causing a problem that night. What does make sense is that her father was upset about it. What does make sense is that her father canceled the party, but didn't really cancel the party, clearly only canceled it so his daughter would leave so he could have his other family members come back. This is the version of events that makes sense. This is what I think the preponderance of the evidence shows. That clearly Ms. Klein struck Ms. Buening-Kemper that night. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Nunley.
Yeah, so, great. I know I don't need to remind the court, but the burden of proof in this matter is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not a preponderance of the evidence. So this court has to find that everything that we heard coming from up in that area proves beyond a reasonable doubt that things happened the way that the alleged victim would like the court to believe. Brother counsel talks about what does and what doesn't make sense. This makes sense and this doesn't. I would push back and say none of this. This is a family here, and they're all calling the police on each other. They're making police reports. They're spending New Year's Eve 15, 20 minutes in the basement just screaming at each other. None of that makes sense to me, right? Now, one thing that I find suspicious, and maybe it's just me, is that the testimony that we
heard from the prosecution standpoint seems pretty self-serving to the alleged victims. They're out filing these police reports against Ms. Klein before this day, and like recent, right? A few days before this New Year's Eve party, everybody's out making these police reports against my client. And then all of a sudden, they get to this party and they spend 15, 20 minutes screaming at each other in the basement. And then allege that my client swung at her and punched her outside of the house. She has no injuries. She doesn't go to the police. She waits a couple weeks and then decides to make a police report, right? And to me, the most credible witness that I found here today was Ms. Klein's brother, Steve. He seems to have a pretty clear recollection of what happened that night. His testimony seemed pretty unwavering. He wasn't testifying, he didn't testify to the exact version of events that even his sister did. Because Ms. Klein testified that she was being elbowed in the stomach. Stephen testified that, that he didn't see anything like that. He stated he was, maybe 6 feet away from the incident, that he was there the whole time, that nobody else was in the living room, that his dad was ahead of him in the little cubby where the coats and everything were, and he had a clear view, and he saw the alleged victim. He didn't say charge, but like go up and like put her shoulder into Miss Klein. Now, the burden of proof is obviously on the prosecution. And brother counsel spent a lot of time talking about the dad. Well, it's reasonable that dad sent him away. It's reasonable that dad hadn't come back. It's reasonable that, well, where's dad? Why didn't we hear from the father? Why isn't he speaking? My client doesn't have to prove anything. There's an assumption of innocence that this court's well aware of. So we didn't hear from dad, who allegedly was the one who was trying to get in the middle of them on the porch, if you believe that version of events. Or if you believe this version of events, he was standing there in the cubby right behind where this took place, right? So instead, what they produced are two witnesses who filed multiple police reports against Ms. Klein. She was never prosecuted, of course. So we can assume that maybe there wasn't a whole lot of merit to those police reports. Now, Ms. Klein testified about like some of the problems that they had, and where I'm standing it all, it doesn't sound to me the way that they should be treating each other, right? So I think that as far as like proving that my client just slugged her in the eye, I don't think the prosecution met the burden by the comments of the evidence. Beyond a reasonable doubt, we're not even close. I can't sit here and I propose to the court that the court can't sit here and say beyond a reasonable doubt that it happened the way in which the alleged victim says that it happened. Now, we heard some testimony that I thought was pretty compelling from Stephen and from Ms. Klein, that at some point in the basement when they're all screaming at each other, the alleged victim is trying to get people on board with telling the police that my client did something that she didn't do. We have two people who testified that that's what happened, that that's what was said. That's pretty concerning if that was what was said. Does that, when we're looking at the totality of the evidence, if you will, of what we've heard and what we know and what we don't know, I think that it was a disaster over there on New Year's Eve. And I don't think that anybody can find beyond a reasonable doubt that my client punched the alleged victim in the eye. I just don't think that the evidence there is there. I think if anything, the preponderance shows more in Ms. Klein's version of events favors that. But as we know, it's not her burden to prove anything. She doesn't have to convince the court or anybody else that she didn't do what was alleged. It's the prosecution's burden to prove that it did happen like that. They didn't bring us any witnesses that I think whose testimony isn't suspect. Instead, we've seen a couple people who have filed multiple police reports against this person, and then I think he was like the husband of. So I I don't even know who he was, but his testimony was he was standing in the living room where he could see it the whole time. But again, Stephen's testimony completely contradicts that.
You're talking about Matthew?
Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew testified that he was standing in the living room where he could see the doorway and that he saw Ms. Klein punch his mouth. But then when I asked Stephen, who testified, he was right there in the doorway the whole time, 6 feet away from the action. Dad was standing in the cubby. I said, where was Matthew? Was Matthew there? He said, no, nobody was in the living room. I said, maybe there was somebody in the kitchen, but there was nobody in the living room. I asked again. I said, nobody was there. He said, nobody was in the living room. So even that testimony is kind of in question, right? He says that while he's standing there in the living room, he's helping his kids get their shoes and coat on. But at the same time, paying attention, because he said he was a half step out of the doorway. So getting a coat on, watching out there, watching what was happening, right? Like, okay, well, I guess that's possible. But then you hear Stephen come and testify to the complete opposite, that he wasn't anywhere around, that nobody was in the living room. Also, his testimony. In other words, they haven't met the verdict. They haven't shown beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Klein punched the alleged victim in the face. If anything, I think the evidence leans more toward her version of events, with everybody mad at her for some things that she had done before and creating a story, reporting it to the police several weeks after the alleged.
Mr. Greco.
Yes, very briefly, Your Honor. First of all, if I said preponderance, I'm here a lot. Did I not?
You said it.
Did I say it?
You said preponderance.
If I
Yes,
said-
sir.
So it's beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the situation, Your Honor, is in this particular case, you have to weigh the credibility of the witnesses, right? We've got witnesses testifying on both sides, and you have to look at the totality of the circumstances to determine who is more credible, who am I going to believe, and how am I going to determine the evidence in this case? When you look at the totality of the circumstances here, with Ms. Klein's own testimony that my dad may have thought that I hit Catherine. My dad let them back in the house. The reason why it was a disaster that night, based upon everyone's testimony, is because Heather showed up. Heather showed up and it descended into an argument. Then the party is canceled, it descends into an argument outside, and all of these things that occur that follow from it. So you have not only the testimony, but the totality of the circumstances and the actions based upon that testimony that this court can see. There was a party, Heather showed up, there was a big argument, Dad cancels the party, he makes everybody leave only to come back to make sure Ms. Klein was not there, and there's an incident that occurs outside. I think the witnesses on this side, Ms. Boonenkemper, her sister-in-law, I mean, everyone related here, seem extremely credible, not over the top, on exactly what happened that night that fits the events of what occurred that night. And that is her brother, her father, not kicking her out, not being upset with her, letting her back in the house. I believe beyond a reasonable doubt, with the credibility of the witnesses in this case, that you should find that there was an assault and battery that occurred against Ms. Boonenkemper. Thank you.
One of the things I get asked the most is, what is the hardest part about this job? And the hardest part is sitting, waiting to hear a different case than what I've heard. The undisputed parts of this case are that on December 31st, 2022, Bobby had a party, same party he has every year. You have the defendant's testimony that her father called her and said, come to the house to quash what's been going on between you and your aunt and the other. That Ms. Klein came to the house, that it quickly, Mr. Greco, as you indicated, descended into, I'll use the word chaos in the basement. Everyone's grown, screaming at each other, when everybody should be happy. There's a new baby in the house, the family's together, the friends are there, people are enjoying each other. And I sit here and wonder why no one said stop, why no one retreated. No one has a duty to retreat, but nobody retreated. Nobody did anything to make this, to bring down the temperature of things. And all this time thought these were strangers, not strangers, but not family. I didn't think these were relatives to each other. I'm waiting for somebody, the adult, to say, let's not tonight. I think that that's happening when everyone's testimony is that at some point Bobby was like, that's it, everybody out. The adult saying everyone out. Go upstairs. And then there's testimony of who was in the living room and who's in the kitchen, and that's not been consistent, except for Ms. Klein and Ms. Bonakemper on the porch at the threshold in the cubby area. And Bobby has been put everywhere from the patio porch to the cubby to somewhere beyond the front little entryway towards the kitchen area. I would have liked to hear Bobby, but nobody presented Bobby, which, you know, it's a case that I didn't hear. I heard that there was people in the doorway who have a history, who should not have been there with each other in that small cubby, continuing to behave badly. And having heard the testimony of all 5 of these people, all I know is that people behave badly in that doorway. And Mr. Greco, respectfully, I will agree with Mr. Nunley that after hearing all 5 people testify, this court is not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Heather Klein assaulted and battered anybody in that doorway. There's a question about what happened. There was a tussle, there was something. I can't find, this court does not find that it rises to the level of an assault and battery. And for that reason, this court will find Ms. Klein not guilty of the assault and battery on December 31st, 2022. There's a whole lecture I want to give about family and responsibility and dialing it down and hoping that this is the end of it, but I know it's not the end of it. I heard Ms. Klein say she has a court date. I hope, no, I'm not going to say that. There's no point to saying it. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Ms. Klein had posted $150 at some point. That'll be refunded to her, less any fees due to the court.
Thanks, Judge. You guys have a great day.
You too, thank you. No, it's fine. I need just a couple minutes.
You get that one right on the head.